the invocation and the pledges. And Pastor Dean Bearden, thank you for being here today for lead us in the invocation.
Judge, I never thought I'd hear the word Pastor Dean Bearden growing up.
I know,
with
he
this
said
band,
he
but you
went
know
to school
what?
with you.
He's a good man.
Hey, you got to be quiet about our past. We went to grade school together.
That's exactly right.
Could you bow your heads, please? Father God, we thank you so much for this day you've given us. And Lord, we thank you that we can come to you because of the blood of Jesus. And Lord, I pray for our Commissioner's Court. Lord, I thank you that, Lord, even though they vote separately, God, they stand unified as a court. And Lord, I pray for them, God, all the decisions that they have to make. Lord, I just pray you'd reign over our city, reign over this court. Lord, I pray for Judge Connie Scott and the role that she has. Lord, I pray you'd just strengthen her and her husband who's going to have a transplant. God, I pray that would go well and that her husband would be better than ever, totally healed. And Lord, just be with her family. Lord, as they lead our city, God, just let them know that you're reigning over their life. And I pray, God, that they would just do things with truth and justice and righteousness. And Lord, let the peace of God rest on this court and on their family and on our city. This is a great city, Lord. I pray you'd bless our city. In Jesus' name, amen?
Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good. Yes, sir.
It is, what time now? 9:10. We have all commissioners and the county judge present. The meeting is located at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County Courthouse, and I will certify that this meeting is called to order and we have a quorum. Item number D, first up, if any of the commissioners have a conflict of interest, if you would like to disclose that at this moment.
Judge, I have into consent, I'm going to abstain on item L2.
L2, so we'll need to pull that one so that you can abstain, yes.
L2.
Are there any others? Any other commissioners need to abstain on anything? If not, you can always bring it up when the item comes up as well. So if you fail to notice it. Moving on to item E, adopt the following. Are you wanting the sign-up sheet for the public comment? Did you not get a chance? Is that what you're looking for, Teresa?
I'll just let you go through the order.
Yeah, if you want to take this to the back of the room and just bring it back. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Excuse me, you can go to the back of the room. We're still conducting business here. Sorry, if you go to the back of the room, please. Thank you. Item E, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and or orders. And we have item E1 in recognition of Cesar Chavez Week, March 31st through April the 6th. And Priscilla, is she not in here? I think she was going to read the proclamation. I have Priscilla down. Here she comes. Here she is. I will make the motion to approve if I can get a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Priscilla, if you would read, please.
Thank you. Yes, this is in recognition of Cesar Chavez Marcha and Festival. Whereas Cesar Chavez, after attending more than 30 elementary and middle schools and achieving an 8th grade education, left school to work full-time as a farm worker to help support his family. Whereas at the age of 17, Cesar Chavez entered the United States Navy and served the United States with distinction for 2 years. Whereas in 1948, Cesar Chavez returned from military service, and as early as 1949, Cesar Chavez was committed to organizing farm workers to campaign for safe and fair working conditions, reasonable wages, livable housing, and outlawing child labor. Whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez established the National Farm Workers Association, which eventually became the United Farm Workers of America. Whereas under the leadership of Cesar Chavez, the United Farm Workers of America organized thousands of migrant farm workers, to fight for fair wages, health care coverage, pension benefits, livable housing, and respect. Whereas during his lifetime, Cesar Chavez was a recipient of Martin Luther King Jr. Peace Prize, and posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which that is a new word for me. That just meant before his death.
Posthumously.
Yes. Whereas community organizations, including the Coastal Bend Labor Council, the Corpus Christi American Federation of Teachers, the Antonio E. Garcia's Arts and Education Center, the South Texas Human Rights Center, the Westside Business Association, Leadership of Corpus Christi, Class of 52, and others have joined together to celebrate his legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby acknowledge and celebrates the life of Cesar Chavez with Texans and designates March 31st through April the 6th, 2024 as Cesar Chavez Week, duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on the 20th day of March 2024.
Thank you, Priscilla. And Dr. Vera, I know you want to speak about this. Of course. We're going to put you on a time limit like Grant.
Okay, I got it. I'm elated to announce that we're going to have Dr. David Montejano, who is a civil rights leader and has written several books. He's a sociologist out of Berkeley, and he's coming down to speak at our breakfast at 8 o'clock, and all of you are welcome to attend. Jag, you're welcome to attend. Mr. Hernandez, also, and Mr. Chesney, all of you. And we're excited about that, and this is the first time where we've even partnered with other folks, including Leadership Corpus Christi. I'm class of 36, I think. I don't remember now, I'm too old. Anyway, and the Antonio Garcia Arts and Education Center, of course, sponsored by Texas A&M University, and of course the Westside Business Association. And am I missing someone else, Esmer? I'd like to introduce the director of the Antonio Garcia Arts and Education Center, Esmer. Head on, Esmer, stand up. And I'd like to introduce Arturo Lima, who is going to be joining us from Leadership Corpus Christi at the march. And we're hoping that everybody attends because it's the most important time for us to come together in unity. On the back of our T-shirts, it says what, Letty? No, you can stand up and show the. Together we are better, siempre unidos, always together. So that's what we're hoping for our city, for our county, and of course our state and nation. So with that, thank you very much for this proclamation, and I'd like to take a picture with all of you.
Absolutely.
All right, let's
Thank
go.
you. Where is the proclamation? We don't have the proclamation? No. Yeah. I found it this morning.
I didn't see a copy.
Thank you, Meg. Come on up.
How you doing, man? Thank you for what y'all do. How you doing?
Okay, ready to 1, 2, 3.
Take two, Jenny.
1,
Dorsey.
2, 3.
Thank you.
Check them out.
Can we can have the county attorney in, can't we?
Yeah.
Come on in here. Come on.
Should we have her in?
Sure, while she's standing up.
She was up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Stay where you are, stay back. I think you were out of the room, so I asked you to do it, but you were ready for it.
Come on.
Ready? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Don't tiptoe, Commissioner Chesney. They'll only get your down.
You stand behind the county judge, she's a little taller.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Really dress is so pretty.
I know. Now I'm really short. Yes, sir.
Time limit on the screen when they speak.
Do what?
Time limit. We still have a time limit.
Not on a resolution.
Oh,
Comment, yes, yeah, on public comment. Moving on to public comment. The first person we have signed up is Mr. Ortiz. If you will state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes, and you know we can't comment. Yes.
My name is Joe Ortiz. I live at 2505 Presa. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of public speaking, commissioners, county judge. One of the things that I've been involved in is getting permits in the city, permits in the county. I'm asking you if you can revisit the permit for establishing a game room. Not a gambling room, it's different, a game room. I believe that this system that you all implemented needs to be revisited due to the fact that the permit department should be established in the engineering department, not with the sheriff, because the sheriff is the enforcer, not to give the permits. So another thing is, the person that's in there right now, I don't believe she's qualified to give you a permit due to the fact that what code are we using? Are we using the Southern Building Code? Are we using the 2005 Building Code, 2002 Building Code? City of Gregory is using 2014. That hasn't been established yet. There's a lot of disparity in the way that they're giving out permits. They say that there's a time limit that you should have applied. Does that mean you can never apply for a permit due to the fact that you have to have 1,500 linear feet from any residential area? That means that you're going to have to put it out in the country. There's no way you can put a game room, not a gambling room, inside the city. Here's the problem, that if you do have it within the county, guys, within the county, what code are you using? And who's ever given out the permits, do they know how to establish a 2-hour versus a 1-hour firewall? Do they know how to calculate occupant load? Do they know how to calculate how many cars are established within a property? No, you don't have it. So that's why I think you need to revisit this deal and change where you get the permits to the engineering department versus the sheriff department, because the perception is, why is the sheriff being the enforcer and giving out the permits? It's just not right. It's just like going to the police department to get a permit for any business here in Corpus Christi. You have development services, then you have your enforcer, which is the police department. You got to separate them. You don't want to leave that impression that the sheriff, there's some irregularities going on. Please revisit this. I'm asking you to look at this to give everybody an equal opportunity to establish their own business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Roland Garza.
Good morning, County Judge. It's always great to see you and John and Robert, Judge Commissioner Jag and Brent Chesney. It's always great to come up here and see you guys. I just want to follow up a little bit what Joe said. You know, and I think we actually
address
it's P.O. Box 352, Corpus Christi, Texas. Thank you. So, you know, I've known all of y'all for a very, very, very long time, and I know y'all as common sense approach folks. You know what I mean? I think when Joe says to reopen it, I think one of the commissioners, John, if I'm right, one has to want to put it on the agenda to have further discussion. Is that the way your rule runs? At City Hall, I think it takes 3 or the city manager or something like that. So that's really what they want you to do, is bring it back to the table, because it really doesn't make sense. And I think that the girl down there that's issuing and denying permits, she's making it look like fools. Because you have over 150, there's some bar owners outside right now that put $500,000 into a building that they passed. The city gave them the okay. They remodeled a vacant building, which removes blight, right, from neighborhoods. It was just good, right, or away from neighborhoods, but in business areas. And then the city says, you're structurally sound, you're ready to open your doors, go get your permit, and you got one girl shooting on 150 game room operators and shooting them all, mowing them all down. Doesn't have 1 ounce of knowledge of what Joe was talking about. weight load, occupancy load, building codes, has zero. Zero. And I went with him one time to watch her. And then she cops the attitude with you. If you don't like it, that's just the way it was built. She interprets, and the way she interprets your ordinance is totally different than the way that y'all put it here in this courtroom when y'all passed it. So it needs a little bit of tweaking, Judge, to let these guys open up. If they open up and they're doing stuff illegal, you're darn right they're going to get busted, right? That's the way it works, right? Run a game room, not a gambling room, right? But give them that opportunity by tweaking it and taking it out of her hands. You have one person making a decision like God, John. One person knocking out 150 business owners that already put their money into the building. The buildings are ready to go. $500,000 of remodeling. And you got them sitting out there like knuckleheads with their sitting on their hands. And what does it do? It reflects government. Well, why doesn't the county commissioner and the county judge do anything about it? Well, it's embarrassing that we come up here to bring you the knowledge, to bring you into the loop. And that's what Joe's trying to do is corral you guys and, you judge, and just corral you guys to bring it back on the agenda, do some minor tweaking. I think Joe's correct. Engineering would be the appropriate place. Let them enforce. Makes common sense, right? Not one individual just knocking everybody out. These guys are frustrated, that invested lots of money into their buildings. And now they can't even sell them because, business isn't that great these days in certain parts of the area, Depends on what you're marketing, right? So if you would be so kind enough and let the business owners and hear their voices and let them come, and you guys, ladies and gentlemen, bring it on the agenda, do some tweaking, and everything will be fine. And if they're doing anything illegal, like I said, we got a big man Hooper over there. He'll take care of it.
Thank you.
God bless you. Have a
Thank
good day.
Eric Tunches, he was in here earlier. Is he not here?
Can we get the county attorney to look at this, Ms. Dorsey? Can we get your office to look at this and
See if
give us
there's
a review
anything.
on how we came up to the decision that we did, and then look at maybe placing it for a future agenda item?
Yes, we in fact do have some edits that we would like to bring to the court that we're putting together at this time.
So it sounds like it's going to be brought back to the court. We're looking at it, so for anyone in
Everything
there.
has been operating as outlined in that, including the appeals process for which the court has engaged a hearing officer. So those things are in action.
It was a brand new deal, and I think that's good.
Need some
Commissioner, thank you for
tweaking.
doing that. Yeah, it's time to review it. I agree.
Okay, Eric, you're up. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you. My name's Eric Tunches, 4437 Kirkwood Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78411. Dear County Judge, Commissioners, and community members, as a Nueces County resident, I come to you with an important recommendation concerning the game room ordinance administered by the Nueces County Commissioners in 2022. Upon careful review of certain developments, including the stoppage of certain game rooms by the Nueces County Sheriff's Office and the Corpus Christi Police Department, it has become apparent that operations of these game rooms does not align with the legal framework previously provided by the public by the representatives of the Nueces County Commissioners Court and the Texas Legislature. The Nueces County Sheriff's Office Game Room Division has enforced operations of game rooms within 1,500 feet of a residential area, constituting a failure to receive a game room permit. This comes after expenditures in the hundreds and thousands of dollars for fire and safety code standard improvements with the City of Corpus Christi Development Services Department. The ordinance has put new game rooms, businesses at risk, and allow the cherry-pick game rooms to operate without prosecution. The Nueces County Sheriff's Office has done a great job to effectively enforce the game room operations within the county, but currently the ordinance has heightened the county for exposure to legal and reputational risks. Moreover, the recent shutdown to numerous game rooms for violating the 1,500 feet distance rule by ordinance and allowing others to be grandfathered in indicates a severe breach of public trust on behalf of the county and signify potential legal ramifications under Texas state law. What we have seen is police raids with gaming machines broken into. What we have seen is select prosecution. In Texas, game rooms are allowed as long as they don't have an illegal gambling device. In particular, 8-liner machines are illegal gambling devices, unless the prizes awarded are non-cash items that are worth no more than 10 times the cost of one play or $5, whichever is less. Although you may not be following what's taking place in the local game room world, this standard requires the county to act fairly in response to the recent shutdowns to mitigate that the county is in any way aiding, abetting, or supporting cherry-pick game room operators. In light of these circumstances, I strongly recommend that the Nueces County Commissioners Court act to immediately revisit the current game room ordinance and place the item for discussion and possible action on the next agenda. Should the Nueces County Court later declare the legality of the grandfather clause fair and the right of municipalities to the operation of current game rooms, I ask the court to repeal the ordinance. Until such a clarification of this grandfather clause, the potential for local, state, and federal authorities to view the ordinance and licensing as facilitation of cherry-pick game rooms is a risk too great for the county to bear. I understand the concerns regarding every game room operator who may seek legal recourse due to being shut down. However, the ordinance explicitly states that the county can regulate game rooms through ordinance, providing the county with a robust defense against such claims. It is my opinion that the county is better positioned to address these civil disputes rather than endure scrutiny and investigation that could implicate the county.
Mr. Tunches, your time is up, but you might not have been in the room, but
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez has already said this will be on next agenda.
Yes,
He's
and
going to put it on.
thank you so much,
Thank
and I
you so
appreciate
much.
it.
Yes, we appreciate it. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak on public comment and did not have the opportunity to sign up? I still need you to sign up afterwards. If I'll hand this to Teresa, and if you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Sandra Arismendi, and I live at 4519 FM 1889, Robstown, Texas. I'm here again regarding the Avena plant, and I know last time y'all mentioned you all don't have jurisdiction there. The city of Corpus Christi doesn't have jurisdiction. The city of Robstown doesn't have jurisdiction. But I am concerned that they will get a tax abatement with the county, and I want to be able to start the process to stop an tax abatement for them. I know Robstown ISD is going to probably sometime put it in their agenda. I've tried every way to get as much information as I can under this plant, and it's a very dangerous plant to be placed in our county, basically. It wants to run pipelines underneath the ground that are existing already, having other pipelines like the the natural gas and oil pipelines next to something that's going to run this through pipelines. I think it's going to be dangerous for the entire community, whether it's Corpus Christi or Robstown or where I'm at, where we have no jurisdiction of anything there. I pay my taxes, and I expect some kind of guidance from some of you. I know commissioners have different precincts. I'm in I think precinct 1 or 3. I'm still confused where I'm at. But that plant's going to go right next to my house. And I'm doing everything possible to fight with whomever wants to help stop this plant from coming to our community. I mean, it's something to worry about, and I know it's a new technology that they want to bring into the United States to stop CO2 emissions, but it's going to have emissions, and it's going to have ammonia. Ammonia, no matter how you produce it, is going to be ammonia. It's going to be dangerous to the community. And if anybody, wants to know, West Texas was an example of what can happen, and there was 15 fatalities there. And having this close to my home is very important to me. It's very passionate for me to stop this plant from coming here, because I don't think all the money in the world will be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to number 2, the consent agenda. Are there any items that any of the commissioners wish to pull for further discussion? I know Commissioner Mata's already said L2.
You're not going to pull D?
Pull D.
I don't think he said, I don't think, do you mind pull it, or you're going to?
Well, he has to abstain, so he has to vote separate on it, so we need to pull it off. So he's not voting unanimously.
Abstain, he's going to abstain.
Yeah, for L2, only 2, yes.
Okay.
And you want to pull D?
Right, I have a question.
D is in dog.
D is in dog.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Any special number or the whole thing on the special motions?
On D, it's only one.
Just all D? Yes, okay. Any other ones, commissioners?
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass the remaining consent agenda items other than D and L2.
We have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion.
Hold on, Judge.
Oh, hold on.
On number M.
M?
Yeah, it says there, I want to pull it because I said take action to accept. So we're taking action here. This should be part of the agenda item.
Okay, so I would make a new
Well,
motion to
yeah, we'll discuss that one.
pass
Pull
all
it.
consent agenda items except D, L2, and M, as in Mary.
Are you still going to second that, Commissioner Modis? Yes, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving to item D.
I just have one question. Is Anna here or
Anna
Lulu or somebody?
is here, yes.
Anna, on this, on Bishop, they have met all the requirements on, are you handling this or Lulu handling this?
Lulu was handling, but yes, we received everything. That's when there was a delay, and that's why it's taking this long to process it.
So it's done?
Yes.
So when do they would expect to get their checks, do you know?
Friday, I guess.
Yeah,
If this is approved, it'll be on Friday.
on Friday?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you very much.
So you want to make a motion to
So
pass?
moved. To make a
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to L2.
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass L2.
I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed. I'm sorry, abstain.
Abstain, yes. I'm sorry, I threw my phone at you. We have one abstain. Any opposed? Sorry. The motion passes with one abstaining. And moving on to item M. This was just the action to accept the study that Rick Navarro had proposed to the county that was going to be more cost effective for the county. It was going to actually be a lot cheaper to be grouped in with that. It was a take action. The reason it was on the consent is because that's part of our contract. We're already required to do it, and it was much cheaper for us to do it this way. So
This is the contract dealing with the
wage study, that was part of our collective bargaining
Collective
agreement that we had to do, yes.
and you should be done by what, June?
It has to be started by then, right? Yes, it has to be under contract, someone doing the study by June, yes. But it's all part of the original contract that we're obligated to. It's not we don't have a choice in it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Good?
Yeah.
You want to make it? You want
So moved.
to second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to our regular agenda, item A1. receive a presentation from the Texas State Aquarium regarding your Center for Wildlife Rescue. It's pretty amazing. Thank you for being here. Yes.
I think we have a presentation. Jesse Gilbert, Texas State Aquarium, County Judge and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the rescue program, but more importantly, an initiative that has come out of that over the last 12 months. This time
Can
last
you
year.
raise your microphone
Sure.
up a little bit? It's
Better?
kind of, yes.
Yeah, So this time last year, we were opening the Port Corpus Christi Wildlife Rescue Center. This is the largest coastal wildlife rescue program in the United States. We have the capacity to hold somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 animals at one time. And so as the center came online, it really kind of took the aquarium to the next level from a rescue standpoint. So the video here is what that will look like. You can go to the next one.
Sorry, the video.
So what happened was in December of 2022, we had a wildlife disaster in Corpus Christi, and the response was interesting at best. And so as we started to look at how can we help the state and the federal government help endangered species here in the coastal bend, we have a unique opportunity with the animals that live here. So what came of that was the Wildlife Response Operations Center, or ROC, WROC. This is surprise to us, this is the country's first emergency operations center dedicated to wildlife. And so as we started to put this idea together with Parks and Wildlife and some of the state agencies, it really was a bit of a surprise that this is a new model. So in March of 2023, we started to put together MOUs with the different state and federal resource agencies to come together, and we would stand up the ROC in the middle of a wildlife disaster. And disaster could be freezes, it could be hurricanes, it could be fires, it could also be something that's man-made. So what came of that, and the final MOU was executed in December, are these 7 agencies. So it's the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, the Aquarium, the General Land Office, Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the National Park Service, and the U.S. Coast Guard. So these are MOUs with all of these agencies. As we started to talk about endangered species, that took us to D.C. The Parks and Wildlife has no jurisdiction over sea turtles, manatees, dolphins. So we started briefing the Department of Interior, which is both the National Park Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and then Department of Commerce is NOAA, also all of our congressional members in D.C. on this initiative. And what it really has put is Corpus Christi, the coastal bend, the state of Texas at the tip of the spear for how do you save wildlife. So this is a model now that's being taken throughout the rest of the country. So the next video, slide number 5, is what this looks like. So we had some planning meetings in July of 2023 and then again in September of 2023. And what we were trying to do was figure out who's in charge of wildlife when there is a disaster. We've got a lot of wildlife here in Corpus Christi. It plays on the news quite well. So who is in charge? And the answer is we don't really know, nor do the agencies know. And so we set out to kind of help figure out who is in charge, whether it's the feds, the state, depending on the groups of animals that are there. We then followed up with a functional exercise, and the county was at the tabletop exercise with about 20 different other agencies, about 70 participants. And then we followed that up with a functional exercise in the fall and really looked at how does the ROC work. And so we've got a pretty good idea of how this will go. Some of the future initiatives on the next slide is, I think the next one, number 6. The future initiatives are putting this out with the South Texas Coastal Zone Area Committee meeting. That actually took place a few weeks ago. And then we are participating in the first industry partner discharge. So there's a drill that will be done later this month, and for the first time there's a wildlife inject into that drill. So this is the first time this has happened in the United States. And then it will be announced at the Texas Division of Emergency Management meeting later this spring in Fort Worth. And so it's really become an initiative that's gained some significant support, not only at the state level with the folks in Austin, but really at the D.C. level. So we've had some progressive meetings with the leadership of the Department of Interior, Department of Commerce, and really making this kind of the model for what the country can do. We got to test this with sea turtles in January 2024. So we had a freeze. It was a small freeze, so it wasn't big for us. We had about 300 animals. But we were able to put it to the test, and so that was the Aquarium, the National Park Service, and Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. For the first time in the history of the United States, unmanned aircraft were flying in real time. That footage was being sent back to the ROC, and then we were able then to coordinate with the field response teams, and so we can take some of the human elements, some of the dangers out of it when you're dealing with bad weather. What was unbeknownst to us until a few weeks ago was this was being watched in real time in D.C. with some of the authorities there. And so it is positioned, not only the aquarium, it really has positioned the coastal bend and the state of Texas at the tip of the spear, and this is a model now that looks like it's going to expand throughout the country. So we wanted to make sure you were aware of it. The county's been part of that. We work with Scott Cross pretty closely, to make sure that this goes. And we're actually starting to look at now what else can we do. There's some discussion about how can the ROC, even though we're kind of a marine organization, the fires in the panhandle of Texas, it's starting to kind of gain some momentum there too. So we just wanted to get that in front of you, make sure the judge and the commissioners were aware of it, and take any questions.
I've been to the facility, and I am aware, and it's an awesome facility, and I know it was early, probably need to get back out there and visit again, but really appreciate that and appreciate all the hard work and all the unity the massive people that you work with to get this, and to really shine a light on Nueces County and the coastal bend to start something like this. So great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
What I noticed was, I guess maybe your title page that you had on the presentation. I was looking at all the third slide, I'm sorry, with all the partner organizations. I mean, just kind of blows you away when you look at the scope of all the state and federal entities that are involved. Military assets like the Coast Guard, and of course my alma mater, A&M Corpus, and just all these different groups. And I think of like my little one, who's now a sophomore in college, who's a biology major now. She spent a summer at the Texas State Aquarium at Sea Camp. And so this is truly an asset. And to see just the overall expansion that's being done, but the commitment that the port has put into this, I think that, we have so many partners in our community that do care. I think we all do care about our wildlife. And, I love to think about winter when it gets, the heat of the summer. And I think, oh gosh, it's so nice to have a cold day or two or week. Then you don't realize that has a big impact on the wildlife. And then your team are having to get out there and rescue these animals, and then you're watching the news, you're like, oh my gosh, that's right. The turtles and everything else that is out there. So this is amazing. I need to get out there, and I definitely will coordinate with you. Sure. I love the name, ROC. I mean, it just, man, that sticks with you, and that's an attention grabber right there. But anything that we can do, continue to do to support, whether it's just through our budget and supporting emergency management or any other part, coastal parks as well, please let us know, because sometimes when it comes to budgets, we may think, well, we're trying to be resourceful and not realizing that has a bigger impact on the bottom line, which is partnerships like yours. So just keep us advised of that as we get into that season.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And I will say, I think naively we weren't aware of what it was going to take to get all these agencies to sit at the same table, particularly at the federal level. I will say the state was fantastic. And I think what we've shown is that Texas knows how to do this. I think Texas is unique in the sense that we do care about wildlife a little bit differently than the rest of the country. And so how can you bring NGOs together, government agencies, both the federal, state, local level, to really work for wildlife? And so next month we're presenting this to the entire congressional delegation in D.C. for Texas. Awesome. And part of that is you can have economic development with the Port of Corpus Christi, but you can also have a healthy ecosystem. So how do we balance that in Texas? And it's Nueces County and Corpus Christi really showing that it can be done. So, we appreciate that.
on the map, for sure. Thank you. Any other comments, Ewan? Thank you so much for being here today. We do appreciate it. Item number 2, receive presentation for the Corpus Christi RTA's 2023 year in a review. Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to say thank you, Judge Scott and the entire Commissioners Court, for allowing us your valuable time to share an update on the CCRTA. You are all an incredible partner to the organization, and we look forward to continuing to work together to serve the needs of our community in Nueces County together. Through the leadership of our board chair, Arthur Granado, and our board of directors, I believe that the CCRTA has accomplished many great things, and I want to take time to recognize our board members that showed up for support. We have our county appointees, our vice chair, Ana Jimenez, our secretary, Lynn Allison, And we also have Directors Aaron Munoz and then our city appointee Director Jeremy Coleman that came here. So I appreciate their support continuously.
Absolutely. Thank you all for being here, too.
The upcoming video will highlight the accomplishments of our organization and showcase the efforts of our excellent employees. Monday was National Transit Employee Day, Appreciation Day, and to properly recognize our staff, we've spread that out to the entire week's worth of events for our employees. We encourage you to, in the entire community, to thank a transit employee this week for the dedication to serving our community. And I'm excited for our system and the plans we have for 2024 and beyond, and we continue to work towards our commitment of enhancing our transit services. So now I'll let that video speak for itself.
Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority offers public transportation that transcends beyond commuting. Each ride offers a chance encounter that can transform into fleeting but meaningful shared experiences. We are entrusted with safely, efficiently, and equitably transporting our customers while fostering a supportive workplace that advances our local economy. In July 2023, Derek Majak, formerly the Managing Director of Operations with 17 years of public transit experience, was promoted to Chief Executive Officer. He attributes his success to his humble beginnings as a bus mechanic.
Many of the great CEOs that I've had the privilege of working for began their careers as security guards, mechanics, servicing the buses, bus operators, and so forth. You have understanding that goes beyond what many of the other management members have, and you also still can usually relate to people that are really facing that community and working with the customers.
And a positive customer experience is the forefront of our objectives.
One of the most important parts is the ridership experience, increasing ridership and being there to service our community.
With ridership at 3.2 million, up 26% from 2022, our 5.4 million miles driven provided essential access to workplaces, schools, healthcare, and other vital destinations, serving our community's evolving needs.
I feel like I'm making a difference. We get students to school. We get people to work. We get people to the doctor's offices. Sometimes you're a friend, sometimes you're a counselor. It goes beyond just being a bus operator.
In 2023, CCRTA initiated the Destination Education Program, providing free rides for pre-K to 12th grade students. It led to a significant increase in student ridership, with almost 75,000 rides given. In 2024, the program aims to further lower financial and transportation obstacles for students.
I think this is a game changer. We're a very large urban district with over 33,000 students. Every student has their own situation, and always having an extra way to get to school is what we need across our school district.
CCRTA's Go Pass mobile app experienced a significant increase in usage, from accessing rider alerts, planning trips, to purchasing passes. These developments earned us a Transit Innovation Award from TTA and have significantly helped with our younger demographic, including college students.
Access to public transportation is important for our students, our faculty, and our staff. And it is something that allows them to save money. It is something that allows us to continue to have less parking issues here on campus. And we have many students who come without vehicles at all. We've had over a 40% increase year over year in riderships in every single one of the categories. And that equates to more than 200,000 rides for our on-campus shuttles and 100,000 rides on our shuttles that are non-campus shuttles. So we're really excited about that partnership.
In 2023, CCRTA expanded B-Line paratransit service hours to better meet community needs.
October 2015, I was shot in home invasion here in Corpus Christi, Texas. That left me paralyzed from my neck down. I was initially a quad when it first happened. CCRTA definitely helped me regain my independence. I would definitely recommend CCRTA to anybody with a disability or anybody that needs transportation throughout the city, because they will definitely make you feel at home and you will get to where you need to go on time.
While our system drives commerce, our organization's financial transparency is also paramount. Despite escalating costs, CCRTA has garnered national acclaim for transparency, while maintaining a balanced operating budget of approximately $57 million in 2023.
It's a team effort. Everything that we do as a team. We do it in the best interest of the agency.
Through CCRTA's Street Improvements Program, more than $3.1 million has been allocated to Corpus Christi. Since 1996, CCRTA has provided more than $55 million to the city to help rebuild our shared streets. Accessible transportation benefits many groups, including workers, seniors, students, veterans, and people with disabilities. In 2023, CCRTA added 350 new toller shelters, bringing the total to more than 42% of all stops. The Del Mar College Oso Creek Super Stops were also opened, helping the college community and paving the way for expansion into the Southside region.
The Oso Creek campus Super Stops are critical, what I would call cornerstone opportunities for transportation for our students. These are stops and opportunities for our students that are going to continue to develop over time as the campus community grows.
The Port Ayres transfer station is on track to open in the second quarter of 2024. Once completed, this state-of-the-art station will revitalize the West Side area and positively impact surrounding neighborhoods and local businesses. Safety is our priority at CCRTA. In 2023, we increased our law enforcement presence and provided active shooter training for employees and tenants. The department's efforts were recognized nationally by APTA for improving bus security and emergency preparedness. CCRTA's relationships with our political stakeholders are crucial for advancing transit initiatives, advocating sustainability, securing resources, addressing community needs, and improving services.
So it's been good working with the CCRTA and the Coastal Bend groups to do everything we can to write laws and make Texas the model state for the rest of the states to follow. We live in a hurricane zone. We're in a windstorm zone, and we can set the example, which CCRTA is doing. We can evacuate people, we can get them out of the area, and we can get people to safety. And I've worked with the CCRTA. They've been with me on fighting for the rates to keep costs down in our area so they can be mobile, and it's been a great partnership. One of my big issues is preventing human trafficking. And the Coastal Bend, along with the CCRTA, have worked together to try to do things to keep human trafficking aware, known, but to know the warning signs.
Public relations fosters community engagement through positive brand representation and transparent communication. In 2023, CCRTA supported public transportation through community outreach by way of special events, ribbon cuttings, and press conferences. These efforts led to increased ridership satisfaction and community engagement. The Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, DBE, promotes small business engagement and awarded contracts exceeding $2 million to small businesses in 2023. The evolution of public transportation hinges on our dedicated workforce. CCRTA is committed to cultivating and retaining an exceptional team by offering recruitment initiatives, retention programs, and longevity bonuses. Moreover, our Human Resources Department orchestrates various events throughout the year, including holiday celebrations and appreciation days, to honor and acknowledge the invaluable contributions of our employees.
The atmosphere here is everyone's very supportive, happy, everyone's just willing to serve their community. A lot of people, if they want to grow, they have to go to a different job or go to a different company. Here at the RTA, you can grow within the company.
CCRTA stays committed to crafting an innovative transportation system. The upcoming year, 2024, foresees the finalization of the new Port Ayres transfer station, enhancements in service, and providing exceptional customer service that enhances the mobility and quality of life of our urban and rural communities. CCRTA remains customer-centered, and we believe that every ride matters. That's why we are committed to delivering excellence in public transportation by enhancing the vitality, resilience, and livability of urban and rural communities alike for generations to come.
We've done a lot of great work over these last couple of years with the support of our board of directors and all of our community partners. I think our best years lay ahead. We can work together to help make Corpus Christi a better place for everyone.
Thank you all. Now, I would like now to give Secretary Allison and any of our other directors a chance to speak.
Thank you, Derek. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. As you all know, my livelihood revolves around connectivity and transportation infrastructure, albeit sometimes confusing. I'm passionate about this organization. This video hit some of the real salient points of what we've done this past year as a board. Our outlook ahead. I am the legislative chairperson, committee chairperson, and we're going after funding for additional outreach to rural communities. This covers a lot in this video about connectivity within the metropolitan area here. I really want you to understand our plans for rural connectivity as well. I also want to point out what a tremendous job our previous chairperson, Dan Leindecker, did. He really paved the way for some of what you've seen in this video. We're very excited to work with our new chairman, Arthur Granado. We have a tremendous board. We all bring different opinions and backgrounds, and I think that diversity helps us be a more cohesive group for the betterment of this agency. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you all for your time, and I'll answer any questions that you may have.
What are some, you look at other transit systems that are much larger, cover millions of people. What is there anything different, like Dallas has DART, and I got on their, I guess it's their train, right? The rail system they have. Anything, I don't expect us to have something like that, but anything different than just kind of what we currently use, or is there anything like that in the works, something that's kind of outside the box that we don't expect to see here in Nueces County or the Coastal Bend?
One project that was identified in our long-range plan, and we did start the process of seeking funding that we got passed up, was for a BRT, which basically would link downtown with the university through Staples and McCardle, and then down to Eunice-Jocelyn. That was identified in our long-range plan as part of our core ridership, and obviously that side of the city is growing a lot. So we did submit a grant for the planning funding for it, and we didn't get it, but that's going to be a continuous effort that we start working towards. Is when you talk about a BRT, you're usually talking about the possibility of dedicated right-of-ways, but you're also talking about not just bus stops. You have like kind of mini stations that are raised along the way, having potentially a 60-foot bus, high frequency, things like that that would service that entire community. But we are looking at some new initiatives as well. We're working on the contracts now to expand our rural service with Real and Pisano. That way we can offer some additional hours and time frames for the services out there. And of course, we're continuously looking at other initiatives like microtransit and other things that you may see in some of the other cities that we can bring to some areas that may be a little underserved, like the Cal-Al and Toloso area, and some other areas of our community that need some improved service.
Well, I love the rural service that you have, and I'm always going to be interested in support when you talk about expanding that. Real, Paisano, I have constituents, people that I know pretty well that use it on a regular basis, and it's so helpful for them to be able to get around. And just anything that we can do to support that, or just verbally telling you, and of course not only our county appointees, but all the appointees that are here, how important that is to connect rural, hard to get to access places, especially as like the work Commissioner Gonzalez has done at the Calderon building, and of course the future expansions there. And I know he's been in talks with y'all, but just as we continue to support that, to be able to access health care, not having to come all the way into Corpus Christi, but rather just into Robstown, that would be beneficial for everyone. So anything we can do to support that, definitely please keep us in mind and keep us updated.
Absolutely. I don't have a date, but we will be expanding right now we currently don't provide the weekend or late evening service to the rural communities, but we will be providing that. That's coming soon. So we'll make sure the appointees are all notifying you all once we have that date set with Real and Pisano.
And I'm excited about the Port Ayers Transit Center to see that. I drive by there pretty often. My parents still live in the general area there, so I drive by that section more than probably any of the other stations in your system. So excited to see that happen. I remember when I was little, like there was nothing there on that little triangle of land, and then eventually, what was it, the B, I guess back then when it was just known as the B, the blue buses, that's way back when, they started first building their first, I guess, substation there or what have you, and then now to see what it's going to turn into is really exciting. So
it's great. We will be getting the invites out soon as we finalize the date. We are working with the FTA and DOT. We had a talk with the Secretary of Transportation's office last week, with the Harbor Bridge project and also with the city, and that to try to, bring them here, because I think it would be great to showcase all the projects we have going on in our community, including the, US 181, I-69, our project, everything that we've got going on. So we're working hard at trying to get, some national attention, and we'll be getting those dates for the ribbon cutting for the grand opening for the Port Ayers to you shortly.
And I have to agree with Secretary Allison. I thank former Chair Dan Leindecker. He did great work and really had set it up the tone for this next group to move forward. And so we've always had progressive leaders there in transit, and I think that's how we're able to get to where we have as a community, and your selection to run this facility or this organization, which I hope is for many years and decades to come.
Thank you very much. And yes, I echo that. And the time I had with Dan, he provided great mentorship and leadership, and he will be missed.
I just want to say something, Judge. I want to thank the RTA, the board members, for all the work that they do. Working with partnerships. You've done a tremendous job in the community, reaching out to those, especially those in need, and working some programs out. I've talked to Ms. Ana Jimenez, and hopefully that we can work a little bit more on some of the plans that we have. But I think that all in all, the program, I guess, that Commissioner Mata was talking about was the call on demand response, and that program really needs to be tweaked a lot. So maybe we can get together and tweak it and bring it up to life again, and bring back the papers we used to have, the flyers in Spanish and English, so people can really understand how they can call on demand response, right?
Absolutely.
That happened about 8 years ago when John Balls was the chair, and even before John, we were already involved with the RTA. So, and that's a good program that we created, but it just needs to be tweaked. But I see a lot of bus stops coming up, and new ones, and I really appreciate that. One thing I always complained was the bus stops, and there wasn't enough bus stops in Weber and Everhard, and I see them coming up now, and I really appreciate that some y'all guys are paying attention to the bus stops, that have protective on top and on the side, other than just a bench, other than just nothing. So I really thank you for moving forward on that, and maybe someday we'll have a little smaller buses, and hopefully that they'll save some more money, right? So in this reason, we took away the big buses from the rural areas to save money, and went to the call on demand response team, right? So, but I like to really, we can work on that a little bit more to see if we're going to open up the clinic in Robstown. I think it really will benefit our communities, surrounding communities, to have that program upgraded and really going.
Absolutely.
So I think, and I haven't met you in person really, but I'd like to come by and visit with you.
Absolutely, anytime. And as we work to put out that increased service in the evenings and the weekends, we're going to put a significant effort into the marketing and communication efforts in our rural areas to make sure they're aware of the new services they have available, how to go about them, and also really kind of showcase what they can do with the benefits of it.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I have a question,
Thank
sir.
you, guys.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez?
How far out, Commissioner Hernandez, Precinct 1, and consists of Agua Dulce, Banquete, and Driscoll. Do you have any service going out that far?
The service out there is a demand response that Judge Gonzalez was talking about. You call Real or Pisano, and then they can bring you in. Now, our previous agreement limited the hours, some to 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and that's what we're working to expand that until 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and also provide service on the weekends. And then there's a phone number that you have to call basically 24 hours in advance, but we're going to work on tweaking that with some technology to shorten the time frame that you need to be able to make reservations.
So there is service out there then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you for being here, and all of you board members as well. We appreciate your service too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3, discuss and consider allocating or reallocating from Precinct 4 and other ARPA funds to the Bob Hall Pier third-party concessionaire. Do you want to take over, Commissioner Chesney, your item?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's great. The first, I think I'm going to do the second one first.
The second one
Well,
first?
I mean, it's still part of 3.
Yes, but the second part.
I would
Accept the funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yesterday, the Port of Corpus Christi voted unanimously to approve an allocation of $500,000 to the Bob Hall Pier reconstruction. I want to thank the Port of Corpus Christi, their staff, for that, and would make the motion to accept that $500,000 donation. It will be made $250,000 this year and $250,000 at the beginning of next year. So that would be my motion, Judge.
I'll second your motion to accept the donation they gave yesterday. Is there any other discussion?
Let me, if I can just finish just real quick. And what I wanted to say on that was also I wanted to thank the court for the opportunity to go out and ask for those funds. And I want to thank the county judge in particular, who was very instrumental in helping me with the port. And again, to the rest of the court for your allowance for me to go out and do that, and to the Port Commission again and staff for their approval of this matter in a unanimous fashion. Sorry, Commissioner Gonzalez, go ahead.
I think we did vote on anybody go out and ask for donations. That was the motion we made back
For
then.
this
With
project.
Project?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess somebody else needs to make another motion if they want to do the same thing, right?
Well, if you have money for us to accept, if someone has voted to give us the money,
Well,
then
I mean, no, to go out for donations, I mean.
Right, you'd have to
just
come
before
back.
the court.
for something else.
Yeah,
But
right.
for this project,
Yeah,
anybody can
yeah.
go ask right now.
Right.
Yes.
Not for
yes.
the, well, okay.
Okay.
The other thing that I wanted to ask, Commissioner, I just not, when you said 250 now, 250 later, is that for the pier reconstruction?
The request was for the pier / third-party concessionaire.
Okay.
The pier construction is funded, it is, and this was what we had voted on the last time, to ask for additional funds to help us, yes.
So the 250 is going to both the pier and the concession, so-called concession anyway.
The ask was for the concession part of the
Right.
pier that is attached to the pier, yes. It's not going to the pier construction.
Yeah, this would be allocated towards the $1 million that basically we were short, that I
For the
had
concession.
asked the court to be, for any of us to go out and ask for. You're correct. That's right. That's where we're short. We're
And
not
it's
short
on
anymore.
the existing building that we have there, the reconstruction of the existing building that.
Add the new part.
Yeah.
And that's for the restaurant and
Yes,
the
sir.
bar, or just the restaurant, or what?
It's for that well, we don't know what
The
that concessionaire is going to
we
be
don't
at
know
this
what
point.
it's going to be afterwards.
We're just
yes.
we're rebuilding the building, and then the Parks Board, once the building gets built, they would send out a request for proposals to see who would want to take that over. And it could be a restaurant, it could be an office building, it could be anything. So it's whatever.
Parks Board assured us last time, while they are not required, that they would be going out for
Correct.
bids if we did this way and got the money for them.
And they heard loudly from the entire
the-
Commissioners Court
yes.
that was part of that was the reason y'all voted the way you voted, was that this would go out. But again, that's a year from now, because until we get it
Can't
built.
until we get it built.
Right.
Yes.
Got to get it built first.
All right. That's only my question.
So we
I
have a
want to clarify that.
motion and a second. All those in favor? I was, sorry.
To accept, right?
To accept the funds that the port generously donated yesterday, the 2 years of $250,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Motion passes. And Commissioner Mott has stepped out. He might want to add to that.
Yeah,
in a
he
minute.
was.
Yes.
And then on the second part of that, Judge, is that leaves us $500,000 short. My motion today, based on, and again, want to thank you, Judge, for working with me on this. And if it's okay, I'll just include it all in one motion, that we're going to move another $500,000 of ARPA fund, which will be broken down $325,000 from Precinct 4 Commissioner ARPA funds and $175,000 from County Judge ARPA funds. And that would be my motion, to move that $500,000 of additional ARPA funds over to the pier to complete the $1 million needed.
And that is that money, Teresa, that we got back a couple of meetings ago on that software that didn't go forward, yes. I'll second that motion.
I'm sorry,
as
you
well.
said 175 from the judge and what?
175
And 325 from Commissioner Precinct 4.
from his ARPA funds, yes.
325?
Yes, sir.
Which gets us to the 1 million that was necessary. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those are, Commissioner Hernandez, I'm
I
sorry.
was just going to add, and it's just to reconstruct the ball hop here?
The concessionaires,
Concessionaire
the third-party
part, yes,
concessionaire.
yes.
This was that $1 million that we needed to finish that out.
The Bob Paul Pier is already funded for construction, and that will be it. I think there's something in your packet to look at that on the next item.
Okay. Concessionaires, we're not talking about restaurants, right?
Yes, we are. The third-party concessionaire space. This was the $1 million that we were short, that the court authorized us to go out and find the additional $1 million, $500,000 from the port, and then this $500,000 in ARPA funds, of my ARPA funds and the judge's ARPA funds.
Is this restaurant going to have a bar in it?
I think we discussed all of that last time, just like the Horace Caldwell Pier, just like the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds, that our facilities have alcohol in them. So I don't know what this facility will have when it gets built. If it, it doesn't, it's whatever the Parks Board deems necessary, but we have those in our other facilities, so it is not against that in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I'm against the bar.
Yeah.
Well, and we're not building a bar today.
Yeah,
That's
no.
going to be, we're just
But
building
it's
the
not
building.
prohibited from our buildings.
the-
We do it in all of our other buildings,
I
yes.
just want to, I can clarify this again. I'm supporting the Commissioner. I just want, this third-party concession thing is not part of the pier, right?
Yes.
It's part of the pier,
it's
so
connected.
the whole package is the pier. and the
But this
concession.
money will go only specifically to
I know, but I
this
mean,
money we're,
but, I mean, you have to complete the pier because it's part of the pier,
yes.
Right, and that's
the whole project.
that's coming up on the next agenda. I mean,
Yeah.
that's another item that'll
The
be
pier
right after
funding.
this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this, okay. Do I need to restate? Are we
So-
good?
I'm sorry.
Good.
We have a motion and a second to accept the transfer of ARPA funds from Commissioner Chesney's and the county judge to get us to the 1 million part. Is there any other discussion? If not, I will ask all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Mottos, you were out with the first part to accept the port's donation. Would you like to be seen voting on that? Yes. I assumed you would when we're accepting money from somebody.
And then, Judge, I have one more motion on this item before I move to 4.
Uh-huh.
Judge, based on the funding now being available, I would make a motion to direct the engineer to proceed with finalizing the design on the third-party concessionaire building, period. That is in the contract already, so there would be,
You're just
to my
directing
knowledge,
them to go ahead and move forward.
no
'cause the
additional
funding
cost.
is
So it's just an motion to direct him to go ahead and finish out the design on the third-party concessionaire building.
Yes, and I'll second that with the time constraints we have on ARPA and everything else we need to move forward, yes. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And then the next item is you on the item 4.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring Michael up here too. Oh, I'm sorry.
Really 5, huh?
3A4?
Yeah,
Four.
but we did 3 and 4.
No,
No, we haven't done
now I've
4.
got to send it out for bids. Today, now that's the
This
going
is
out for bid part.
going out for bids for the pier.
So This item is to discuss and consider approval for method of procurement and invitation for bids for Bob Hall reconstruction and authorizing the purchasing agent to publish a notice and related matters. This would be the point too, where if, and I think I called Michael up prematurely, and Scott Harris, if we do have part of a brief presentation if the court wants to see it. If you don't want to, that's okay too. But I would make the motion subject to the final administrative documents being provided to you, if I'm saying that right, Michael?
That's fine. Yes.
And all that means is that there are some documents that need to be finalized, so the bid would not go out immediately, but I would think we would be able to finalize that. And that's a Scott and Michael question, so give me a timeline so I can let the court and the public know what we're doing on that. Can someone tell me that?
Sure. So, just a second. So basically, once I receive the fully approved plans and specs for this project, I'm then able to go ahead and set an actual timeline with the dates for advertisement for this project, and I'll follow the recommendation of the engineer as to how long we want to keep that out on the street, and then we'll bring that back to the court for the results of the bid, and then at that time the court would make conditional selection, and then subsequent to that we would come back within 2 courts and execute a contract for that construction to start.
Right, so as part of this agenda item for the court's edification, Scott Harris is going to give, again, a brief presentation so that the court knows the final designs were brought in on March 1st. Commissioner Gonzalez, I know that was a big deal to you, and I appreciate you helping push on that, the engineer was timely getting that in on March 1st. There was a functionality review done by the project manager, LAN, that took about 7 days, along with Scott Cross, I think, who was involved in that too. Thank you all very much. They expedited that. They got their comments made. They're still waiting, I think, on some responses. I think that's part of the contingency too. Maybe on this motion, I'll let Scott clarify that, and if I need to alter my motion, I will. And then basically that's gone to the Parks Board. The Parks Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the design, 100% design. And Bob Paulson is here. He's the vice chair of the Parks Board, and I know Troy Adler's online, who's the chair of the Parks Board. They're both here. And if I say anything wrong, they'll definitely want to correct me on that, and I'm okay with that. That being said, if for discussion, I'll make the motion to approve the designs and to go out for bid and procurement based on the contingency language on the documents being finalized, and just for discussion purposes, and then we'll let Scott do that. If someone wants to second my motion, that'd be great.
I'll second it for discussion too, but I would like to say one thing before we move forward too, but go ahead with your presentation. Yeah.
Sure, Judge. So I just wanted to give a quick status update and talk about timelines of where we're at with the project today. Move to the agenda real quick, ma'am. So I'll, again, move down to the project status. So the 100% design has been completed 3 weeks ago. My team worked diligently to get those plans reviewed and provide comments back to the design engineer, Jacobs Engineering. Jacobs Engineering is online. Jeff Ely, who's the managing principal, he's on the Zoom meeting online. If there's any questions about the design whatsoever, he can answer those this morning. The costs have been tabulated. Jacobs estimators have looked at the costs, looked at the 100% design. Those have been completed. Technical specifications are done, and now over the next week, we'll be working with Michael Robinson's staff to put everything together. Signed, sealed, contract documents, everything together with the intent to advertise the project on April 1st, Monday, April 1st. So that's the status.
You'll be advertising it on Monday, April 1st, is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, sir. It will go on public purchase on April 1st. And that timeline is, we're well within that timeline. We'll have everything done likely this week, hopefully. Maybe some of the contract documents, bid forms, special conditions, things like that, maybe maybe over this week or week and a half. But we'll have everything done by the end of the month so that it can be publicly advertised for contractors to bid on by April 1st. I did want to talk about, next slide, please, some key features. I presented this to the Parks Board on Monday, and again, we can skim over this. There's not that much has changed since the 60%, but I did feel that it was necessary just to talk about some of the things that are in this project and some things that are not in this project. Because there's been, as you all know, there's been several changes over the last, 3 years we've been working on this. So I think it's important at this stage, before we go out to bid, to make sure that everybody knows what they're getting. So the design parameters haven't changed. Length, width, height, all of that is the same as it's been over the last year or more. The pier is designed for a 50-year design life. I thought it was 100. Well, it's a 100-year storm, okay. 50-year design life.
And let's talk about, let's don't blow over that, because that's one of those ones that I get everybody's all confused about, right? So yeah, it's a 50-year design life. It's a 100-year storm. Can you tell the difference? Can you explain the difference in that, please?
The design of the pier is good for, it's 50 years, so that maintenance over time, in 50 years, maintenance will have to be performed on the pier.
And that doesn't mean it's going to come down in 50 years. No. It just means it's going to be a 50-year.
Recoded.
Right, and then at 50 years, if we do, there might be some upkeep along the way that we have to do, whatever. Yes, but this should be a 50-year. Maintenance-free is not a good word, but how would you describe it?
I wouldn't say maintenance-free. I would say routine maintenance. I would say major maintenance and renovations at 50-year. But that's just the way that was the design life. The 100-year is the storm. So the 100-year basically drives the height of the pier. So you have the height of the pier that Jacobs put it at is for a 100-year storm. So when that 100-year storm comes in, then the height of it will be above that 100-year storm.
And thus probably some of the reason for why this pier is a little more costly, because it's designed to last a lot longer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are some of the driving factors. Dual piles, that was a major change about a year ago. The 30% level, we had single piles. That was approved by Corps to move forward with dual piles. So that should not be of any surprise.
But you have that as an additive?
No.
No, it's in this budget.
It's in this budget? Yes, sir.
I thought I saw it in this form where it's an additive.
No. Next slide. Concrete, it's all precast, concrete longitudinal, transverse beams, 5,000 PSI. All of that's standard fare, sulfate-resistant concrete. So the design is for those conditions out there on the coast, corrosion-resistant design. Part of the project is the timber decking. I wanted to make it known that the decking is timber and not concrete. The old pier had those concrete panels that when large storms came in, those concrete panels would pop off. This is a timber deck pier. So it's still designed with pop-off panels so that the county can easily repair and replace those pop-off panels as they see fit. And the guardrail is a timber guardrail. There are several sections of that timber guardrail. The guardrail's roughly 3.5 foot high. There are sections of that timber guardrail that are lower, and those are for ADA. So if you had somebody in a wheelchair, handicapped, they want to go and sit down and fish off that pier. There's lower sections of the guardrail where they can sit down and fish, and that railing won't be up here at their neck level when they sit down. So there's several sections of that guardrail that are for for that as well. So,
And the timber deck has special coating, for lack of me being an engineer, that helps.
it's treated southern yellow pine.
Wood.
And it holds up well like with the salt water in the water.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just again, want to make sure everybody knows.
Next slide. The public space. So this public space, roughly 58 by 58, this is the area that could accommodate a future third-party concession area. The third-party concession, as y'all are aware, the design of that building is not included in this bid package. But we are providing a very stout public space that will accommodate a building or whatever the county deems necessary in the future. That foundation for that public space is a little bit stiffer than what it was before, mainly due to the fact that trucks, if the county wanted to use that public space for food trucks or deliveries or things like that, not only is that ramp designed for truck traffic and deliveries, but that square public space that the restaurant's going to go on possibly in the future, that public space is designed for truck traffic as well. So that's an important thing to know. It's a little bit different than the original pier. That square area is a little bit stouter than it was originally. The existing pavilion that's out there is going to be renovated as part of this project. It's important to know that it's going to be gutted and it's going to be an open air pavilion, basically back to its original design intent when it was first built. It was open air, no doors. It's basically will provide shade up there until it could be renovated in the future for seating or to be part of this third-party concession. So
I thought it had doors that come down.
It did. If we work with the county, Coastal Parks Board, and Scott's team, if the county wants to put roll-up, roll-down doors in the future, that is.
It's not a part of this budget already.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, ma'am. There's no roll-up and roll-down doors.
Yeah.
So how are we going to do a facility in there?
If our other project we just voted on going forward, how does that move? Yeah.
Right.
You want to speak to that?
If we wanted to have those same type of roll-up, roll-down doors, the system that we had out there before was not a good design. And actually, the parts that work those roll-down doors, you had to order them from Sweden, believe it or not. So I don't know how that got spec'd out, but there's an aftermarket product that we put on the Horace Caldwell Pier that's very affordable that we can get done afterwards in-house if you wanted doors on those. But these doors don't have light kits in them. So,
but I'm just trying to say, if we're going to build that facility.
Oh, well, that's something totally different. If you go put your third-party concession space up there on that space, right, a lot of what we're doing now changes, because where that open air pavilion is, that would be modified to be enclosed to be a part of that space.
Right. So you would do that as part of the design on the other thing that we just passed.
Yes. Yeah. But right now, the way it is, we didn't know we were at the goal line. So this is what we have right now.
I think that's where it's getting confusing, because it's like, okay, we just did the previous vote that we are moving forward, and now you're telling us, well, we could and maybe. It's like, no.
Well, we're going to have to, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to go back.
It's not a choice there.
Right. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It should be included with that amount that we gave. Yes.
Yeah. So there are renovations being done to the existing pavilion under this particular contract that will make it available for multiple types of uses in the future. So if we do go forward with a third-party concession.
No, we just did. It's not an if. Right?
So quit saying if.
So
that's what's confusing.
When we go forward with a third-party concession, that building would be able to accommodate connections to that third-party concession and
closing
it.
Okay,
in.
all right,
Yes,
that's fine. So But when you're putting this right now, though, for bid, how are you going to
Include this portion.
Yeah, how are you going to do that? You're going to have to kind of think through that one a little bit.
The bid documents right now are not, they don't, the third-party concession's not in these bid
This is
documents.
just making the foundation and the roof, so whatever you went forward with in the next bid, they can incorporate that.
Okay, that's what you're saying is you would
Basically.
It's
put
almost
that
like
in the-
making the public space, the concrete slab available for anything that the county
Right.
deemed.
But
We're
so
making that pavilion available for anything that the county
Right, so,
wishes to
so
have
that we're
it
not
for.
confused, right? We will, when we do the design on the new building, it will include, in closing, in some way, shape, or form, the pavilion in that part of it. I mean,
I would say
it's got to.
probably yes. I
'cause-
think that's a
Yeah.
bridge we can cross when we get to.
Okay, so, but again, I don't
formalizing
want
the design for that.
people to be confused. This was done because, at the time, rightfully so, we didn't have the approval for the other building that we just got today. But to not slow this down, because I am doing nothing that will slow this down, or nobody in this court's doing nothing that will slow this down. This was what will go out, and then when you do the adjustments on the third-party concessionaire space, that will then be included in that particular bid, if you will, for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then, and you may have it in here, but one of the suggestions that we had during this process that has gone on ad nauseum was that we could include something in this bid related to when we get that other one designed done. So have we got that vehicle mapped out? Because it
I've
needs
got
to
an
be in
item
there.
to talk about that a little bit.
You what?
I do have one of my
Oh, okay.
one of my points in here is to talk about that.
I'll let you get to it then. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead. I didn't see it.
There's some other items on the right-hand side there that are included in this. I mentioned the ADA ramp and railing earlier. Fish cleaning stations, the NOAA weather station is included in this, in these construction documents. Lighting improvements along the pier, alternating from left to right-hand side as you go down. And then the entry sign as well is going to be included in this package. Next slide. This is the county concession area. This is, there's two restroom facilities, one inside the secure area or
And
inside
this
the
is,
paid
and this is
area.
not the
This is a
third-party
separate
consent. This is
thing.
what we'd
Yeah.
already
No,
designed.
it's not the
Right.
third party. It's
Right.
the county concession
Oh,
where the
okay.
county, the area in the
On
middle
the-
there is.
If you're
On the
looking
other
out at the
side.
pier, it's on the, correct.
One's on the left,
Right.
one's on the
Yeah,
right.
This has
it'll be on
always
the-
been in.
It'll be on the
Yes.
right-hand side. This has always been in. I put this in here so that y'all can see what you're getting as far as facilities go.
Okay.
As part of this contract, you have a men's and women's restroom outside of the paid area and a men's and women's restroom inside the paid area.
Okay.
And then the county personnel, Scott and his team will have the center section in there where it says concessions. Okay, next.
If you want to go to the observation deck, you have to pay?
Not to the observation deck, to the pier.
No, it's called public space.
Yeah.
Public space is not, that observation deck and the pavilion that's going to be renovated is free to the public. It's a
Right.
public space.
Just up here.
I did want to bring up just the extensive work that my team has done over the last couple of years in just managing this project, but also reviewing each of the submittals. I have a really great team. Friesen Nichols is on my team to review these. They have been great to work with. A lot of detail has gone into our technical reviews over time. We recently returned 154 technical comments to Jacobs. I'm happy to announce that all 154 of those comments have been addressed. I did get their responses late last night. We'll be reviewing those, and all indications is they're going to have everything addressed, signed, sealed, delivered by the end of this week. We can get those plans to Michael Robinson's team in purchasing. So I did want to point out that the nature of these comments that we have been making are very technical in nature. I included those in that backup email that I sent to all of the judge and the commissioners last night. So if you all wanted to dig into all 154 comments, feel free to do so. That's fine with me, but you have all of the plans, you have all of the comments. What you don't have are the engineers' responses to those comments, which I just received late last night. But I can assure you that Jacobs Engineering is doing a great job within the time frame that they have had to respond to everything and get everything that my team has asked them to do addressed. So it's been a wild 6 weeks kind of working through this. So next slide. Okay, the money slide here. I wanted to show everybody, kind of remind everybody about the commitments that have been made and the dates that these commitments. So basically on the upper right-hand corner, these are the dates that Commissioners Court has made commitments to Bob Hall Pier. The only exception is of March 20th, 2024, where you just put another $1 million in there. But the ARPA funding of $1 million was in July of 2022. Total commitments were $27.3 million. We have used some of that $27.3 million already. Professional service agreements, contracts, engineering contracts, program project management contracts. I have highlighted down there a contingency. This is $200,000 of the budget that I am setting aside for special testing. This is going to be required testing. It's third-party testing. It's not Jacobs doing this testing. It's not LAN doing this testing. It is literally a third party that would have to do materials testing during construction. So that $200,000 is my set aside for that necessary materials testing that would have to be completed during construction. You subtract that out, and the cost of the demolition, we're at 21.5 remaining, and of course that doesn't include the $1 million that was just approved today. I do want to note that the construction costs that the engineer has been working on, the design engineer has been working on, are within our budget. I reviewed their opinion of construction costs yesterday, and I'm happy to announce that the construction costs are within the budget remaining for construction.
I have a question. I don't feel too high about Jacob because every time he comes here, he's got a mistake and we have to pay more money. He's been here 3 times in 3 errors. We've got to pay more money. And I think one time Commissioner and I, both of them, questioned the fact that we have to pay more than $900,000. So I don't know on this here, on the design demolition, $164,000. I mean, I never.
Which one?
$164,000 for a design, and you got another design for reconstruction. Over $1 million, almost $1.5 million, for design. That's a lot of money, and then you got added services, $372,000. What are those added services?
That's that's the first one we approved, and then we said no on the rest of them.
I can speak to each of these items.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but just as remember, you're 100% right on your recollection, because when they came back I'm going to say the second or third time, we said no, that should be within the scope, and so they haven't come back since. So that was the first one. The demolition design was demolition design, and then the rest of that we approved, and then we said no to everything else. And there hadn't been a request, I don't think, in probably a year plus for anything else. And in fact, if you look at the total authorized professional services at $2.85 million on the total project of 27, now 28.3. That's running about 10%, which is, I don't like it, but it seems to be within the range. And believe me, I've been.
I remind you.
Somebody
else comes up here with 10%.
No, I mean, but it's in the 10% range, right?
I remind you.
And
no,
just to
10% is a range that,
Okay.
I
agree. No, I agree with you.
Right.
But I know you complained about 10% before, but, okay.
And
I just don't know what the edit was, and that was my, yeah.
10% total rate. I've complained if it,
Okay.
like this is engineers, project managers. I've complained when it's been 10% just for an architect.
Okay.
So this is engineers, design, permitting. I mean, this is like all the soft costs.
I understand.
No. I just want to make sure you're clear, because I think what you're thinking about is when I complained about it being 10%, it was just for an architect only.
Engineer.
Yeah.
Design. Okay. Yep. All right, I hope we're heading in the right direction with Jacob, but got questions.
Okay. Any?
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good on the budget. I've reviewed our
Michael
construction
back
costs.
up, I think.
I have some questions.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
So the 50-year, I'm glad you clarified on that, that's, and Commissioner had mentioned something about like inspections, and so kind of just what I was hearing in the periphery. So it makes sense that something that's going to be built and last at least that long, that's kind of, if you run the car, don't put any oil into it, you're going to run it till its useful life. But you got to do that preventive maintenance, basically. So you're saying 50 years can be extended?
Yes.
Okay. On the 100-year storm, I get confused on that because every time we have significant rain, which hasn't been in a while, we always hearing it's a 100-year storm or more, and then, so how does that relate to the storm that, I mean, we caught a freak wave, which totally upended this pier with Hannah. It wasn't that severe of a hurricane. It just hit us in the right spot with the right type of wave and the way that it hit the direction of the pier. But you also mentioned the wave height, I think was 18 feet. Is that correct? So short of another freak wave, do you think that it'll last or survive most storms? And what kind of storms?
You're asking me to predict the weather, Commissioner. I
just want to know what the definition of 100-year storm is.
There has to be a criteria that a design engineer designs to. It's if Jacobs were to go and design to any future storm, this would be massive. Okay. So there has to be we have to set the criteria early on of what that would be. We set that the 18 foots based on wave height. It's based on rise during a storm. There's several factors that go into that. So
what do you say the last pier was designed to? Because it is kind of hard to get your hands around that, right? So does anybody know? Like we've increased our drainage standards in the county now to where Juan did that to 100 years ago.
150.
No, we're at 100 now.
No,
He may want to go.
It was 100 before.
No, it was 5 before. Before Juan was here, it was a 5-year storm. Yeah, that's what was shocking to me too, and that's what the city does too. The city still only does
100 year, not a 500. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
certain things are designed for 5, certain things are designed for 10, 50, 100. So
right. So Juan increased it to 100 6 years ago, or whenever it was, and he may come back and do more. But 100 is where we base this one on, which is why it costs more, because you design it to 100. If we'd have said 50-year storm, it would have been less. If we'd have said 25-year storm, it would have been less. But we're trying to protect it so that we don't have to do this in our lifetimes again.
Yeah.
The best we can. I mean, but if we get a 200-year storm, then I don't know what you do about that.
Yeah, and I'd warn about comparing the old pier versus the new pier. You know, there's code changes, there's conditions that are different. There's a lot of things that are different than when the old pier was.
And I agree with that, and I guess that's why I'm trying to ask the questions now, because I know that we'll all be asked. You know, this is significant investment. I've always been supportive of it, right? But I do feel that we need to ask certain questions on it, and you've answered them to my liking or so far, but on the timber decks, I was looking up as we were talking at some other peers just to get a general sense. So, the public may not understand the codes or the standards that have changed, but they're going to know, hey, this used to be concrete at some point, and now it's a wood, right? Maybe a specialized wood, a marine-based wood that's going to have a longer lifespan just than typical wood treated and taken and put and laid down. But there are a lot of piers that use timber decks, Santa Monica Pier and other piers that people may be familiar with that are outside of our area, outside the state, that have a large footprint, a lot of heavy tourist attractions there. And so I really want to focus on that, right? Because I think the public needs to know, hey, it's going to look a little different, but the standard's still going to be great, right? But my biggest concern with that is, I know we can't predict the weather, but I want to make sure that this material is still going to look pretty good after some time. I just don't want to see it get weather worn immediately, right? I mean, I know it's by the salt water. It's going to take a beating probably a lot faster than most materials would. But I think that's going to be the biggest factor that people are going to notice. And so I just want to make sure that they can appreciate that the size of this alone is a massive undertaking. That's why there's so much money being spent. But that the material difference is still going to be a good quality for the people to enjoy, that it's still going to give us that 50-year plus lifespan or more with some regular upkeep. So I guess that's what I wanted just to kind of address, is that timber, it is different than what we had, like you said, the concrete panels, but you do feel confident that that material will be good enough to survive the heavy foot traffic and just the continual use. You feel comfortable with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's helpful for me because I'll be asked. I think we all will, right? I think that will be one of the questions is people are going to look at the difference and they just want to know that it's worth it. And like I said, I've always supported this concept, and we all want to see it done. And so I just want to make sure that people understand that we've asked those questions, that you have thoroughly vetted that for us on our behalf, and that you wouldn't make that recommendation without knowing that it's going to give us some durability. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question, sir. This wood we're talking about, is it going to be anchored down, or when a wave comes, it's going to push it up, and where's it going to go?
It's anchored down.
Anchored down?
Okay. The timber decking itself is anchored down.
But it's also designed,
panels.
Right, but it's also designed, like the other one was, to, if there's a surge underneath it, to pop them up, right? So it's a pretty cool design, actually, that this isn't the first time, but it obviously they'll be anchored, very anchored, but then if there's a surge underneath it, it'll pop them up, and it provides a little easier maintenance, quite frankly, from moving concrete panels than the timber deck, I would, from what I've read. I don't know if you would agree with that.
But concrete panels for what, 700 pounds each?
I don't know.
I think that's what I heard.
I don't know that one, and it's.
I know, like Scott and his team had, there's special equipment that's needed, cranes, lifts, things like that. You have to get out on the deck to replace concrete panels like that. Still need special equipment for this, but they're not concrete panels. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next slide. I just wanted to talk briefly about bid structure. I'm going to be working with Michael and his staff over the next week to get all of this nailed down. We talked to his staff about the type of bid this will be. There's a couple options out there. There's an IFB, invitation for bid. There's also a competitive sealed proposal process. Both of those have their advantages and disadvantages. We're moving forward for this particular project with an invitation for bid. What that does is it gives us the option to possibly select not just the lowest bidder, but we can still select the second lowest bidder if we find them, if the selection committee finds them more qualified. The second lowest bidder can be selected by the selection committee. but there would be an appeal
Michael will let
process.
us know about that. I think he's coming up if we're ready to move on. Yes.
So
Yeah.
clarification is, with an IFB, we don't have a selection committee. The court is the selection committee for that. And
We don't have to fill out that stack of paperwork again.
No, there's nothing
Yeah,
like
okay,
that.
thank you.
We'll come to you with a list of the bids that were provided.
Yes.
And we're going to recommend award to the lowest bidder, unless the engineer, when they review with that low bidder, that they don't feel that they are responsible to be able to perform that job. And they might recommend that we award to other than the low bidder. And the law allows a procedure for the court to follow where we invite the lowest bidder to come and speak on their behalf. If they're able to convince the court, then the court can award to that low bidder. If they're not able to convince the court, then the court is able to select the most qualified bidder at that point. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks, Michael. So the base bid of the pier, the county will get a one lump sum cost in that bid for the pier construction itself. It's from the beginning to the end, the T-head, all of the structure, all of that, you will be able to see what that costs to the county. There'll be a separate item on there for the concession building, the county concession building. Those restroom facilities I just showed you in that previous slide. So you can see those individual costs for that county concession. And then we'll also break out a cost for the utilities, any kind of civil site utilities, water supply, the wastewater, so that y'all can see that cost added to the total, added to that total bid.
Now, Scott, on the added alternatives,
Yes,
to
sir.
me, that would indicate that that's not included in the budget, but that's not what it says back on page 6, where it, no, don't go back, where it says ADA ramp and railing, 2 fish cleaning stations, NOA weather station, area lighting, Bob Hall entry sign. So the NOA platform should be in there, right?
It's all in there.
It's all in there.
What is it called?
even the
Additive
alternatives.
alternatives. Why is it called that?
Yeah, I guess that's my
Yeah.
question.
It's, those are individual items that, if bids come in higher than what the budget is, then
You're just bidding it you're doing it that way just in case, but the
Just in
OPCC indicates that these things are covered in our
In case
budget
we have to
amount.
cut back.
You're just doing this to
Yeah.
be careful.
And we can only, right now, the only information I have is the opinion of the.
Right.
of
So
the
you're doing
engineer,
this
so-
more to be careful
Mhm.
in case it doesn't come back within our budget, which at this point
Many
we
of our
think
projects
that it
have
will.
not.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a safe way of doing it. But again, to be clear, because it's a little, for those of us who've, been in this long enough, and if you do any construction, an additive means it's not something you've necessarily budgeted for. You're just hoping to get it. We budgeted for this, but because we're being careful, we're just bidding them as additives. But we do think at this point it's within our budget.
Yeah, the third bullet under additive alternates is not in the budget.
That fair, with that exception.
What this is it's a sleeve that would go on each of the steel piles. So when they drive a pile
Right.
down, it would be a protective sleeve that would go in. What those sleeves do is extend the life of the piles by 15 to 20 years, I've been told by the design engineer.
Okay, so then, let's correct it. Pavilion rehab and NOAA platform are included in the budget, but the sleeves on the steel pile is not, so you're bidding that as that's a true additive. The other two are just safety additives. I mean, safety being to be cautious.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be cautious, but they're in there.
So this extends the life of those pilings. What is the lifespan of those pilings then?
It's a 50-year.
It is the 50 years, so that would give you another 15 possibly or something. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to
Also,
see.
they're a little bit easier on the eyes to look at
Then
when
the
you put
warp,
those
all that stuff on
sleeves
there.
on the piles. They're more aesthetically pleasing
We had
to
them,
look
I've
at.
had them on another deck.
So
yeah.
again, we'll get the costs for those sleeves, and depending on where the bids come in, it would be up to y'all whether or not you can if you wanted to select those sleeves or not, you'd have that option at that time.
And I'm not going to make a big deal about steel versus concrete, because I thought we were really going to do these potentially bid them as concrete. But again, what I've been assured, just so the court knows, because this is what stuck out at me, was by several engineers involved in this project, that this is a very good construction method. The steel piles do hold up well. Someone reminds me a lot of times when they build oil rigs and things of that nature, I guess some things are steel too. So it's very solid. I was concerned about it from an erosion's not the right word, a corrosion standpoint. But I've been assured again by the engineers that this is a 50-year, this goes along with the 50-year lifespan of the pier. It's in conjunction with that. And then if in fact we are able to get the sleeves within the bid, then that could extend it another 15 or 20 years. So yeah, anyway.
Second to last bullet on there, value engineering options for the contractor. I'm going to work with Michael and his staff over the next week to put some special conditions or supplementary conditions to the county's general conditions together that would allow the contractor to work with the county during construction for material changes, value engineering. If there's ways to lower the cost on this, then they would be able to, make those accommodations during construction. So it's something that it's seen frequently in large projects. TxDOT does it quite a bit. The Port of Corpus Christi has it in every single construction contract that they have. They work with the contractor to make changes during construction that would benefit the county. And then the third-party concession is an item, and this is where I wanted to bring this up. There are no allowances or alternates or anything in this particular bid package when it comes to the third-party concession. We're providing the public space, the structure. I have investigated how we can do this, possibly where it could be an allowance or an alternate or something, to where we would complete the design and this particular contractor who's going to do the pier would do that. The problem that I ran into is more of a legal problem. The contractor can't necessarily bid on something that's not designed, completely signed and sealed. So including something in this with the pier that's not designed and completely designed and not signed and sealed, that's a no-no when it comes to contractors doing work. So I think now that we've got some additional funding for it, we can proceed with design, and it could possibly be a change order during construction, which a $2 million change order on a big project like this is not,
it's within the law.
It's within the law.
Because I think you can go up to, what, 10%?
Yeah, you can go up to 25, but the court, that's a department.
You have to come to the...
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You know the routine.
So
you can hear 50
yes,
years.
At my level, although I don't do it, I bring all change orders to the court no matter the dollar amount, but at my level, I could do up to 25. The court has the authority to do anything over 25% of the original award. So, and Michael can explain that if I didn't do it right. That's pretty much it.
So would that fit within, Michael, I know you're not a lawyer, but you're the purchasing agent, so would that fit, would this kind of thing fit within it if we get that?
I'd want to couch this with, I'd like to review this with the ARPA folks to make sure that if we're going to consider that, we're probably going to, I would lean towards maybe doing the third-party concessionaire piece on its own. Separate
yes,
from this.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wrong. I forgot about ARPA.
Mm-hmm.
Right, unless we move funds around to where the ARPA money goes back to the pier, and so I don't know.
Yeah, anytime you're adding scope onto a project of this size, it could be considered what's called a cardinal change, which is one that we would have to bid separately.
Well, then that's fair. Go look that up and see, because that's certainly an alternative. And then Scott, I'm going to ask you, since we're back on this, we're at 30% design on that building. That's not like designing a pier. We're not talking much more than I would think. So what's a realistic expectation? Because we've got to I got to go back to that motion that we made to direct and put specific time on it like we did before.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I don't want to speak for Jacobs on this.
I'm not asking you to speak for Jacobs. I'm asking you to speak as an engineer who, you know, how long? No, but I'm not saying speak on behalf of Jacobs, because it's, you know, I don't know if Jacobs is here.
They're online.
Okay.
They're listening.
So what would you think as project manager is realistic to say we need these designs back by? Because look, I mean, it's the same deal I've had conversations with all kinds of engineers on this. We got told a month ago we didn't know that we had to have this stuff all under contract this year. You know, we're now all under a bind. Everybody's going to have to just bust their tails and work a little bit more. So, you know, I need to give specific direction that this has to come back designed by what day? I mean, because I got to get it designed, then we got to get it out. If we got to bid it separately, then we got to go out to bid on it.
Contract.
Then we got to do it, and I got to have a contract by the end of December of this year.
I wish
Signed.
I can't answer that right now, but I will get that answer to you as soon as I.
Before the end of the meeting, I need an answer, because I don't want to leave and not have a specific motion on it, because I want them to get to work immediately on the design of this building.
But you can't have a motion anyway, because it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, it is. We've already done the motion. We've already directed the engineer. I just need to direct him with time.
You want to change it?
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
on a previous one that we
Yeah, it was on
we would have
we've
to
already
pull it
made the
back
motion.
up.
I just am going to go back and, amend the motion to say by a date specific. But everybody, and they're online, they can listen. Y'all can get together and talk about it. But I need it to be faster than what they would normally say. And this isn't designing a pier it's designing a building that they're 30% into.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Right. Faster than a speeding bullet, man. Let's go.
Is Jacobs wanting to speak?
So,
I
yeah,
saw you looking through the list now.
So you can come back, but just don't, you're going to have to come back before the end of this meeting so I can make that part of it.
I'll talk to them offline.
Okay,
And
all right.
get back to you. Okay. Next.
And then, Michael, you're going to check on the ARPA part of it, and that's a fair thing to go check on. Thank you.
So today we're looking for approval just to advertise the project. I mentioned the April 1st date. That's our advertisement date. Then we've got the bid process. Bids will be due on May 9th, bid opening on May 9th, and we are expected to come back to y'all on May 22nd, and we'll present a conditional selection at that time. So
Selection of a contractor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Judge, I think there's already a motion.
We have a motion and a second from you and I to move forward with the procurement process on the IFB invitation for bids.
Right.
Is there any other, this is just for the Bob Paul Pier reconstruction, what we just went over the design and plans. Is there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Mr. Paulson, did you want to say something?
Hold
Are
on
you
one
good?
second. The other motion we have to make, two judges, to approve these plans, right? Or does that's included in this?
Approval for method of invitation and authorize purchase agents to publish a notice.
Right, but do we have to approve the final plans, or is that
That's already been
inclusive enough?
approved, I thought.
No, it hasn't been. That's why we're here today.
No, yeah, that was why I
Wow, that's not on our
wanted to
list.
say something. And it's a technicality.
Okay.
So the Parks Board did meet, and we did vote unanimously, but it wasn't on approval of the 100% design, because at the time we met, all 154 comments had not been fully responded to yet and accepted by the program engineer. And so what we did vote unanimously to support was moving forward with approval to go ahead and advertise the project. With what we understood were what are they? What's the C word I'm looking for?
Comments?
The conditions, thank you.
Comments?
With the conditions that Jacobs has a 100% response on comments and signed and sealed design, and that LAN as the program engineer is like, I can put together a full technical package for the bid.
Which
So
it
we're
sounds like.
we're supporting moving forward today, like you did, or like you're getting ready to do, but with the conditions that there's everything gets responded to and is approved by Scott.
Okay, so I guess Michael and Scott, in y'all's opinion, did we make the motion necessary to move forward and with the contingency on the paperwork being completed?
Yeah, we were looking for a motion to approve advertising the project contingent on the contract documents, which are plans, contract documents, technical specifications, the bid form, all of that being completed by the end of the month in time to be on public purchase on April 1st,
Okay.
which
That
it
has
will
to go
be.
with the bid when it goes out, so we did basically
Yeah, I just
approve
want to make
that,
sure,
'cause you can't send it
because
out
there were
without
some
it.
contingent
Yes.
language, so I
Yeah.
just want,
Yeah.
so as long as y'all think we're good, then I'm good.
And on Monday at the Parks Board, we didn't even have all comments addressed. We have those addressed now.
Right, so we don't even have to put that in the contingency because you feel that those have been addressed and you're good, so.
All right, we've got a really great presentation by Scott and walking us through exactly where we were on the design and what were the major items of the 154 comments and which ones were really kind of very technical in nature. And we, like I said, the Parks Board itself is completely comfortable that Jacobs and LAN will be able to get everything all wrapped up on the timeline that you're considering.
So you're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, perfect, and I sure appreciate all y'all's hard work on this, Bob, thank you very much. So thank you, Judge, I'm sorry, I just want to
That's
make sure I
okay.
was covered.
No, that's good.
It's kind of a
We're
big
moving
deal.
forward. We want this to start as soon as possible. Moving on then to item number 5, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a method of procurement. Michael or Scott Cross, this one's yours, okay?
Yeah, this is for a grant I recently got awarded from the GLO for Packery, not to be confused with the Living Shoreline. So it's fully paid for underneath the grant.
So, did you move or did you call? Okay, so moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 6, discuss and consider allocating an additional $25,000 of ARPA funds from London Drainage to London Detention Pond.
Judge, that's mine as well, thank you very much. Actually, and I need to amend that, I have, just for, again, court certification, I have in the London Drainage Improvements Precinct 4, $225,000. I need to actually amend that and move $125,000 instead of $25,000 from the London Drainage Improvements to the London Detention Pond Project. So my motion is actually for $125,000.
But this is your ARPA money.
Yes, ma'am, of my,
moving to your
thank you, of
project,
my
so
precinct 4
yes,
ARPA funds.
yes.
So it's just taking $125,000 from London Drainage Improvements and putting it on London Detention Pond Project, which would then mean there'll be a total of $1,125,000 on that project. And $100,000 left in London Drainage, which I'm going to deal with that on another agenda item.
Okay. Is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 7, discuss and consider approval of work authorization number 1 between Nueces County and Freeze and Nichols for the London Area Regional Retention Pond.
Judge, again, this is a contingent motion based on the contract docs getting approved, and in that, and the land being deeded, right? So we're still working on that too. So the motion would be to approve the work authorization number 1 between Nueces County and Freeze Nichols for the London Area Retention Pond, contingent upon the land being deeded, the contract docs being finalized, and the contract docs being amended to where they have to come back with plans within 90 days from today.
You got all that?
I know, sorry. This is just my day for agenda items. I don't usually have this many on here, sorry.
Number 7?
7, yes, sir.
Yes, I'll second that motion.
You mean to do it again? Okay, so,
Yeah.
yeah. So to discuss and consider the approval of work authorization number 1, Nueces County and Freeze Nichols for the London Area Retention Pond subject to the land being deeded, the final contract docs being approved, and the contract being amended to where the plans come back within 90 days from the time in which the land is deeded. Let's do it that way. Sorry.
I will second that motion.
And the intent here is the work won't start until the land is deeded.
Yes.
Just to articulate that.
Yes. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item 8, discuss Workday software issues and consider any solutions to resolve these issues and related matters. Commissioner Hernandez, is this your item?
Yes,
I
ma'am, it
believe?
is.
Yes.
Judge, I still get complaints about Workday, how people were not being trained properly. Dale, have they been trained or?
We had multiple training opportunities for both time attendance. We had at least 10 training classes for that. For my AP side of it, we had at least 5. They've been recorded. They're on a SharePoint, so anybody can have access to any of it. So if they said they had not been trained, they just haven't looked for it.
Okay, but they just get it online or?
It's online on SharePoint, Nueces County SharePoint.
But in case they have problems, is there anybody there to assist them?
Yes, my entire staff.
Oh, okay. Also, attorneys' fees applications for court-appointed attorneys, they are complaining that, some of the fees are not getting paid.
Well, that's not necessarily a Workday issue. That issue is dealing with a lot of the time that we have. Right now we're still in a paper format. The court has authorized us to go to a computerized format. We're working with Judge Stith and his staff as well as our district clerk's office and my office to come with a computerized software version to get these paid. A lot of the issues for this is how the court-appointed attorney fees application comes in. They come into the district clerk's office and get assigned to the courts. The courts managers get the judge approval, and then it goes to the district clerk's office, and sometimes they're held there until the cases are finalized. That could take anywhere from a week to months. Once they get done with it, they send to my office. Once my office gets it, we usually pay within 2 weeks.
Okay. Last one question I have, has Workday made it easier for the P-card reports? Because
we're still working on reporting side of it. We're still getting our training on what they call adaptive insight to try to get the P-card values and reports to y'all. We're still working with this. Workday was a very long endeavor. It was a major conversion from our old system to our new system. My staff, HR staff, and IT staff worked constantly for 8 or 9 months. We worked weekends, we worked holidays, we worked overtime to get it done. There are some issues. There's still some issues that we're working with. And thank you, the court has allowed us to continue with A-Lite for a few period of time. And I will be working with Michael to probably bring another company in to try to get some of these other issues resolved, because we need an additional assistance with their experience to make sure we're doing the right stuff. Now, my staff is well trained and well enabled to do this stuff, but we want to make sure that it's done right, because a lot of these issues are very complex because our old software had a certain way. When we go to new software, it required certain things that didn't exist in the old software. And now we have to make it work in the new software, and we all came together, well, let's do this. Well, when we did this, it broke something else. And Daryl, our IT can tell you this happens constantly. We're constantly working on this. We hopefully will have it completely fixed within 7 to 8 months. It's a long career. Most people don't realize how complex HR and payroll is.
When you bring in this third party, is it going to be a cost to the county? Any cost?
Right now, there was additional $50,000, but that was already in the contract we already had signed, as well as the funds we already had, so there's no additional funds required. Now, also with Workday, we're making sure that we're trying to get everything together. Yes, if your departments believe that they were not well trained, let us know. We can direct them to where the trainings are, where the recordings are. And like I said, for payroll, we had 10, so they can pick from any of those 10. Because sometimes they might have a question in one of them that will address something. And I know it's a long time. I know these trainings are very complex and stuff. But there are some issues, and as I said with the software, We had some issues that we were trying to resolve. We overpaid, I believe, 100 employees. We're trying to figure out that cost and try to figure out how to best recover this, whether we ask the employee to maybe do a reimbursement to this, or if it's a small amount, I might bring it to the commissioner saying, are y'all willing to let them just accept this with no cost, without any reimbursement? So that's some issues we're dealing with. And this happened because of how payroll was working some items through. So we're still trying to resolve some issues. We're still trying to make sure we get this stuff done, and we just have to have a little bit of patience. Because we're only in the third month of the software, so we're still finding some issues, and some of the departments that have been well trained and well worked with this will tell you it's a lot more efficient.
Okay. Have the problems with our law enforcement officers and jailers, has that been resolved?
We're working on that now, and some of the issues that have been resolved on computation of overtime. Workday works with the FLSA rules and how it calculates overtime, and that version of FSLA rules was in the collective bargaining agreement. So we're following the rules that rule says, and we're following the rules of this. And we've also, Workday has us make sure we had to put all of our policies into Workday to make sure how it works. So that's how sometimes it's kind of changing a few things and making people realize, hey, our old system didn't work right.
Okay, no, thank you.
I have a question. Dale, is IT working with you on this thing or not?
Yes.
They are?
I've got 3 people from IT working on it.
Well, it seems like they're confused too, I guess, right?
What's that question?
I don't know, to me, this, how do we didn't test this thing from the beginning, or wasn't there a training?
We've been testing it for 8 months.
Was there a training? I think the training is backwards now. I think we should have done the training to the staff before actually we implemented this thing.
We did.
And tried, well, evidently, why is Patty having so much trouble then?
The problem is that some of the staff didn't go to training or didn't even look for where the training is, and then we go on immediately this, and then they complain that they weren't trained on this to do this and this. And my staff has sent out multiple emails to everybody throughout the county that this is where you find the training for this is where you find the training for this is where you need to go for this. So
your
we can only do
staff
so much.
and HR both sent out notices for training for everyone. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen those notices too, Judge. I'm not saying they didn't, but I'm just saying this could have been done probably a little earlier, you know.
It was done 2 months before we went live.
And also the fact is, if there was a lot of kinks, I guess, before when you were testing it, right? So what made this thing better than what we had before? I mean, what's the difference?
Well, first, the old software was about ready to die to begin with. The new software, the old software was about ready to go away. We had to change regardless.
What software did you have?
One solution, it's called a Central Square. Well, if you remember old times, it used to be called Bitech.
Yeah, I think the one solution, I thought that was also good for what, 10 years?
No, that was end of life, and we already passed end of life.
So, and then the other thing that I hear complaints about is the POs. Why are we having so much trouble with POs? Having to go through all different 5 stations now instead of 1 like we used to have.
Well, again, when we first brought this up and we went through the best practices with Workday, and we set up business practice of how a person request would go through, how a change of request would go through, how an invoice would go through, and some of those items were required to do certain requirements. Once we found out this and we started getting some complaints from some staff, we now have changed the business process where it eliminates some services. Before, when someone from my staff put in something, I had to approve it 3 times for the same issue. Now I only have to do it once. So we're still trying to find these issues because, like I said, we're only in 3 months of Workday where there's going to be some issues where we need to try to change the business practice and how it functions and works through the process. And right now, it's just got to get a little bit people got to know there's a different change of terminology, a different change of numbers, and different change of stuff that we have that we're going to need to chart what we call spend categories and revenue categories and cost centers and different things where it used to be departments, key codes, and this. So there's different changes, and some people may not realize which one of these to use, and it may not be the appropriate one for us to use, so we have to try to make sure we get everybody trained right.
How long were we on the old system?
With that?
The older system, how long were we on that?
30 years.
30 years and 3 months into a new one, it's pretty natural that we're going to have these kind of problems.
Not
yeah.
this natural. I mean, there's a lot of problems for going to a new system. We've gone to new systems many times before, and we have never had this kind of problems for this long. I mean, we changed the system with the JP.
It took 5 years to go from mainframe into Tyler technology.
Wait, Dale, let him finish. Let him finish.
You know, we've gone through different changes in different areas with different systems, and we don't have those kind of problems. I mean, I don't know. All of a sudden, it's like everybody is locked out. Everybody can't get in. Everybody can't. You got to have a special license, or you got to have a special permit, or something to get into this program. You know, is there something that's blocking some people to go in there and look at what's going on?
The requirements of this software, how it's established through IT, it requires dual authentication, which means you just can't log in. You have to have either a PIN number or your face or some kind of to get logged in. So that's just a dual authentication to make sure it can't be hacked or can't be reviewed by anybody outside by cybersecurity.
And I understand that, but why isn't our employees, all of them that handle this, already in there in the system? They can do that.
We made sure we talked to every department that we had, asked and saying, okay, we need to know how you're going to use your Workday, whether it's going to be on a smart device or it's going to be on a laptop or it's going to be on a computer. And majority of them said it's going to be on a laptop computer. So those are no issues with that. Once you come to a smart device, it requires different authentications. And whether you're on Android or Apple, there are different situations. And my staff has gone through many departments and many employees to fix the issues.
It might be easier, Commissioner, if you know, who is your office not able to get in on this? Does that need to be addressed? If you said who it was or something, maybe that department might be easier for them to come and check.
We've called for help too, but you know, it's not just my department. I mean, it's not just me. I mean, I mean, Sandra, I mean, he's not calling me 10 times, you know, but other people are calling me, you know, and saying, hey, you know, what are we going to do here? And I think when we brought this new software in, you know, that we spend a lot of money, and then we got to add the people in the software. Are they here physically to help or what?
No, they're online. They're in their own locations.
We've had agreements with other service vendors that were here to help. You know,
sometime they were here. Yes, they did come occasionally here to assist. Yes.
Is that an opportunity in the future to have those people back for some sorts of training?
It's just hours time, so they would not be local. They would be on demand and on either Teams or Zooms.
And you're the project manager of this program?
No, David Gillespie with IT was the project manager.
David Gillespie?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know, you know, you said another 7-8 months of this. It's a long time, man.
A normal software conversion takes 18 months. We did it in 12.
Hijo. Excuse my Spanish, but hijo. You know, I don't know. I mean, I hope we did the right thing with this thing here. But, you know, I just, you know, even today when I asked for documents and, you know, we show that we're behind 3 months because of Workday, you know. So, you know, I just, man, we spend a lot of money. We got to make this, if we got to make it work, we got to make it work. But I'm saying, man, if we work, it's at the expense of everybody else that's trying to do the right thing and can't do it. You know, somehow we need to know who hasn't gone to training. You know, who has gone and who hasn't gone, and maybe we need to say, hey, you know what, you need to go. You know, and you know, maybe you learn what you need to learn. I don't know. You know, so we've done that before too. You know, we send this out and say, hey, you guys haven't gone to training. You know, who needs to go?
Especially with the people that are calling us complaining, that might be a good, if we had a list, if you didn't even take the opportunity to go to the training, but you're calling us to complain.
Now, as we said, we have a Nueces County SharePoint where everybody in the county has access to it, and all of our training's there.
Mm-hmm. It's still there.
Still there, and will be for forever. Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is this why we're having update training March 27th on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Same thing.
We've been called a few times, and we've given them the access to this, and more people like to be on hand and in person, and we're willing to do that.
Very good.
I think, Commissioner, you weren't through. Yes.
Yeah, you got it, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know, and The other thing that I was concerned, Dale, I have, heard some concerns, is the jail time, the jail. Does this help us keep track of the jail? Who's coming out? Who's being magistrated? Where's that money going to? Where the fees are going to? They don't go to you, but where do they go, the fees?
What jail time are you talking about?
Well, the people that got released through the magistrate.
That's through the jail side. They have their own jail software to do that. That doesn't come through Workday.
No Workday at all?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, that's all I want to mention with my last question. I didn't have anything else right now, anyway.
Anyone else have any questions on the Workday software? There was no action to take. It was just information. So moving on to item number 9, discuss and consider allocating an additional $200,000 Precinct 2 ARPA funds for Colonia septic system electrical improvements. Commissioner Gonzalez, that's your item, I believe.
I had pulled out $300,000 from ARPA funds, and I still had a balance of some more funds I need to use, so I'm putting another $200,000, making it $500,000 to be used for the septics, the gauges, and the whole system that needs to be replaced, which is going to cost like $10,000 to $15,000 each, and so I probably won't have enough funds. So as I was asking earlier, I probably have to go get some donations, but anyway, this is. I'm just saying, this is what the money's going for.
That's your motion. I'll second your motion.
Did you get y'all have the request, right, to move it up? The $200,000?
Grant Works or ARPA that's been approved through all the project.
I know I'm supposed to get the same Grant Works.
Yes, and we'll be updating it tomorrow. We have our meeting, and we'll discuss everything that's been changing here today.
Okay.
Right. So
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Item number 10, discuss and consider approving the budget planning schedule that you should have all received from Teresa. Is there any question on the dates?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
In July, there's a budget workshop, department briefings. That meeting was moved because I had a conflict on July 10th. We moved the Commissioners Court meeting, so I need to move that July 10th. I still have the same conflict. So if we could maybe move that to Monday, July 8th, if everybody's okay with that, instead of Monday, July 10th, I would appreciate that.
For the meeting?
Well, we already moved the Commissioners Court meeting from the 10th to another
So
date.
there is no Commissioners Court on the 10th. So what day did we move the 10th meeting?
17th. So you'll see the two 17th and 24 meetings that we have in July. I'd like to be here for the budget workshop. I still have a conflict on the 10th. That's why I moved the 10th to the 17th. So I was hoping we could move the 10th to the 8th.
Or would it be okay to just move it to the 17th, like the other one, like our other meeting, like it was?
Well, no, it's a budget workshop.
Oh, it's a whole workshop. Yeah, never mind.
So Monday and Tuesday, the 8th and the 9th?
Mm-hmm.
That would be, I would just make a motion. I don't know if we need to make a motion. I would just ask that the court allow that we move the 10th budget workshop to the 8th, please.
And compared to, and just talking about the dates, I think last year worked, at least for me, I felt it worked better that we had fewer workshops than we had previously. Does this kind of keep with that same format, or have we added on?
Well,
because I think we did better with fewer.
Last year, the department presentations were canceled altogether.
Okay.
We did not do them.
That was because we had that budget crunch coming, and we said,
Correct.
why bring them all in if we're going to have to, yeah.
Are we?
So we used to have 4 or 5, now we only have 2.
I'm sorry,
I think we used to have like 4, and this is 2 instead of
2
right?
days, that's correct.
So this
we
is
had at least 3.
This is
That's all I'm asking is, are we kind of the same as we did
Yes, sir.
before? So, okay, I'm good with that. Yeah.
And keep in mind with all of these meetings.
Another one, we need another one.
Exactly. And we may possibly be adding, with all the contracts and stuff we're going to have to be doing that are coming up that have to be finalized, we may be adding a meeting for one item agenda to some of these dates as well, because we are going to be in such a crunch to get these projects under contract. So,
one key date to remember, August the 21st, is the discussion on the tax rate.
Yes, ma'am, I got
mandatory.
those,
Yeah.
So
So you had a motion to, do we need to vote on that, to move that meeting, or is
since
that
it's
okay?
proposed, yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it, so.
We have a motion and a second to move the July 10th to July 8th meeting on the budget schedule. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on then to item 11.
Judge,
discuss-
I had a couple
Do you
more
have another
questions.
one?
That was just, no, I just have a couple of questions. That was just a motion to move. We have it to adopt the whole thing still, too.
Oh.
The August 12th,
I thought we already adopted this.
no, we just
Yeah.
moved the.
Okay.
August 12th, is that like one of those mandated by law we have to have ones?
Well, that's just the discussion as far as when you adopt the tax rate. So those 2 dates are only tax rate discussion?
So I
So
would,
that when you adopt on the 21st, I mean,
so I guess I would question why we have to have a whole meeting just for that, and we couldn't incorporate that into another meeting, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, can we do it on July 24th? Is that too early? Can we do it at a different commissioners meeting in August? I'm just trying to figure out, we'd have to have a meeting just for
right,
that.
because the auditors, they won't have the numbers.
For the tax rate, we don't get the information from the appraisal district until July 25th.
Okay, so then we have let's see, we have a commissioners court meeting on the 21st. We have a commissioners court meeting on the 7th of August. Why wouldn't we just do it? Why do we need to have a separate meeting for it? I don't remember it being that lengthy a discussion, but I would say we need to move that into one of the regularly scheduled meetings that we already have in August.
So they do the calculations on the 26th, that Friday
Of July?
of July. And so,
Could we not have it on the 7th of August in the meeting that we already have?
We'll need to make sure we'll work with Teresa and myself, and we may need to work with the county attorney to make sure the timing for getting the rates done and the adoption rates, there are certain windows we have to fall into. And we'll make sure we get the right times. So that I'm not sure yet.
and then also, Commissioner, on August the 7th, you receive the actual calculations, the tax numbers, and then we go into workshop discussion on it before you vote on the 21st.
Right, so then, but in other words, so we vote on I'm just trying to figure out why we can't do it all at one time. We don't receive them, but we get them in our packet well before the 7th, so we ought to be able to have if we're going to have it on the 7th anyway, we're going to receive the new revenue and voter approval tax rate. Why can't we just have the 12th at the same time that we have the 7th? Because we're going to get it in our packet the Friday before. We're going to have plenty of time to look at it.
Well, you would be just receiving the information now, right?
But we'll
So you're
receive it 5 days earlier, and then we would have a budget workshop the same day on the 7th. I don't understand why we can't do both. I think we should combine the 12th and the 7th.
And that could happen, but again, I want to make sure there's
Well, it
nothing in
has
the
to
tax
happen.
code that requires time windows.
Well, no, but I mean, it has to happen because we're receiving it on the
Yes.
7th, so we ought to be able to discuss it right then, too, if we're discussing it. And if we need to have an additional one. I'm
Are
sorry?
you only wanting that one day, the 12th, to discuss the tax rate?
No, I'm saying I don't think we need the 12th
Oh.
unless we need the 12th later. But right now, we can do what's on the 12th on the 7th. And then if something happens on the 7th, then we need to set something, but I don't know why we're setting it now.
And still leave the 15th as well?
We
That's
have
my
2
next-
dates there.
Yeah,
the
no, that's
12th
my
and
next
the
question. I
15th.
don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out why we have all these things. I'm just trying to deal with the 12th right now.
We just have them there, and we can play it by ear as we go. I mean, we don't need it.
Well, because we publish it.
Lisa wants to speak to us all. Lisa Davis, yes.
Hi, Commissioner. The reason that we have the 12th and the 15th, that's whenever we give out those blue 3-ring binders and we walk you through all the budget requests again, our recommendations. That's whenever I give you all the different scenarios, because on the 7th, you're just receiving the no new revenue rate and the voter approved rate. But then whenever I give you all the different scenarios of this is what you're going to get if you get this rate, this will be the revenue that's generated from this rate. That's whenever we discuss all that. We discuss the challenges that we're facing, those kind of things.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, I'm just asking the question. I don't think we need to have the 7th, the 9th, the 12th. We have a budget workshop on the 9th, the 12th, the 15th. I mean, I don't.
Just the notice.
It's only a 72-hour notice. It's just publishing notice.
It says
That's
budget
not a meeting.
No, hold on. It says budget workshop August 12th, right?
It's a
Okay,
72-hour notice.
so we have the 12th and the 15th. To me, that's just
So the
just
9th is
overkill.
just to
Those
do,
meetings
to publish
typically
the agenda.
last about 4 to 5, 6 hours. And then we normally will cancel the 15th if y'all don't have any follow-up questions for us. I think is how we've done it in the past.
Right, to me, it's a little disingenuous to post things and tell the public we're having them and then not really have them. If we have to have them and we have to add them, to me, that's more transparent. So I think if the 12th is better or the 15th, but I just don't think we need both days. I can accept that maybe we can't do the 12th on the 7th based on that explanation, but I still think that's too much. So maybe we just cut one of the 12th or the 15th. Cut the 15th, and if we need it, we can add it. But I don't like to publish things and then cancel them if we don't have to.
We normally do it, we don't normally have both days, so I'm okay with not having the 15th, and if we need it, we can bring it back.
Great.
Then I would make a motion that we cancel the August 15th based on the auditor's discussion, or whatever you want to say. Make a motion to cancel the August 15th meeting.
Did you second that, Commissioner? I'm sorry, Gonzalez? Was that you? Sorry. Did you second that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, sorry. We have a motion to cancel the August the 15th. We can always bring it back if necessary. I will second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you, Judge. And then,
Yes.
hold on. Sorry.
August 16th is just a calendar notice that they have to put it out.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
And then, hold on. Those were the two I had. Let me just see. Apologize. I think that was it, Judge. Thank you.
Anybody else? Moving on to item 11, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
now you
we have to approve the whole budget
calendar.
notice, yes. Commissioner Chesney made the motion, and I'll second that as well, to approve the budget planning schedule. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item 11, upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates. I do want to suggest we cancel the June 5th Commissioners Court.
June 5th?
June 5th. We will only have one meeting in June unless we have to schedule an additional or something later. But there are several surgeries and outs and one commissioner on vacation and stuff that we weren't going to have a quorum. So I would make a motion to cancel, or if we need a motion or don't need a motion, whatever, the June 5th meeting.
I would second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, and we did ask the auditor's office, and that would possibly mean some other checks that need to be paid on the
It'd be hard to just have one meeting.
Well, that's at the court brought before the time to make sure if there's a long window of time to have some authorization where a member of the court will allow us to release
Yes.
checks.
Okay. It's a long time, and we may need to schedule another, especially with these contracts going forward, but the June 5th, there was going to be too much conflict on that one, so we'll work around it and reschedule if we need to. Yes. Yes. Item 12, discuss and consider extension letter relating to the equipment lease purchase agreement from the Bank of America Public Capital.
What equipment is that?
This says equipment lease. This is on our energy savings project. We are doing the extension for the 60 days. I'm assuming it says that there's not anything on here. I thought that was a separate letter with it. We needed to do number 13 first.
There's no backup, there's no file.
Yeah, there's no file on this. I think this goes with the next one. Let's do item 13 first because that coincides.
The letter just didn't get attached.
The letter
to the
didn't get
agenda.
attached, but it doesn't go forward unless we do this anyway. So let's do number 13, and I know I see Juan and Ron Wheaton and Robert Breslin all in here. Discuss and consider authorizing escrow disbursement request number 20 for pay application number 29 in the amount of $897,999.52 from Bank of America. This is on our energy savings project. It is on item 13 and your backup. and also authorizing the 10% of the $55,000 from the county portion, which would mean consider authorizing the $952,999.52 to be released, and withholding still the $347,041.37. This has been reviewed by Public Works, Ron Wheaton, Robert Breslin, all of us, and meetings with the county attorney. Mr. Pimentel and I both signed on this. We do have a list of the projects that are remaining. It was discussed that this funding, the 347, was sufficient. In conjunction with this, though, because we're at the end of our date, if this has to go forward today, we're asking to send a letter to Bank of America, and ABM has agreed as well. We both have to sign off on that letter to extend for 60 days to finish these 3 projects. I believe it was 3 sections in there that needed to be completed. Public Works submitted a list. Ron Wheaton had the original list. I think they have both worked together. Y'all want to come up? Are y'all in agreement today, Juan and Ron, maybe? Yeah, you're in agreement with Mr. Wheaton on the changes that need to go forward, so yes.
You're correct.
I want to make sure everybody's in agreement. We're moving forward, working together. Yes. Yeah, okay.
Just one update is the disbursement request number 21.
21 instead of 20. We have the wrong number there.
29.
Yes. Okay. The application is 29, but payment request 21. But we need a motion. Excuse to authorize the disbursement of the $952,999.52, still withholding the 347. And I'll make that motion since I signed off on it for the energy savings project moving forward. That went down the wrong way, I'm sorry. I need a second for that, if anyone would consider.
I'm trying to figure out here.
Second, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Discussion.
Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Okay, we're saying that we're going to leave behind 347,000. Is it like an escrow to make sure everything gets done?
It is the remaining projects, an estimate of the cost, and they are all working together. I believe that the county is working diligently on our side with what needs to be done so that this testing can be complete, because some of the portion was some of the county, some is ABM. We're all working together to get this project to final completion.
It's the remaining retainage.
Yes.
Right.
The remaining retainage, right?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
At the end, if everything's okay, then they get that money.
Yes.
So
within 60
my question,
days.
my question would be, how do we know how much energy savings we've gotten? Have we actually can say that we have energy savings? Where?
That's
How
a
much?
portion that begins after the project is complete. There is a third-party person that will come in.
Okay, so do we keep that money still until that third-party person comes?
No, we don't keep, this 347 would be released once the completion of the job.
So what if they say no is not what we expected it to be? So what do we do then?
So Commissioner, the balance retainage, the 300 and some thousand, is the balance to cover for when the remaining portion of the work is completed, which is a combination of county with ABM, that we can have it signed off. Once the project is fully accepted, then we would go into what is referenced as a performance period, and that's when the M&V, the guaranteed savings, would start. So within, I think it's 45 days, a post-report would be issued out, and then in turn, a year later would be the final report. At this time, the county has been seeing savings for work that has been installed at this point.
We have? Is that what I want?
I thought we have a third party that's going to be evaluating, and if we don't have the energy savings, I thought that was like a quarterly or annual report that, and then would be sent back to the court. Yes.
Right. So the M&V is measurement and verification. So normally a third party will come in, look at your utility records or whatever is affected, and verify that the quantified savings are there. So that hasn't taken place yet that I'm aware of.
Do we have an amount, do we supposed to, is there a magic number of energy savings we're supposed to look at or supposed to get, you know, at the end of the 6 months or a year?
Within the contract, I don't have that in front of me, but within the contract, there is stipulated savings which are guaranteed for the project, and that's what the M&V report would compare that to.
So is there not, if you don't meet those guarantees?
ABM would be paying the
how
delta.
we just bill you for it or what?
ABM will be paying the county the difference if there was a shortfall.
I mean, we have, man, I'll tell you what, some of the equipment we have, when I don't know who put that equipment, especially on the bathrooms, that, man, it's a problem. I don't know how energy savings, those things not even energy savings. I mean, they keep going off, and, you know, we have problems every week just about with those energy savings bathrooms, you know, that we, even downstairs, upstairs, so how
Is
are
that
we
part
saving?
of this project one? I think that's part of the ADA yeah.
It's part of the ADA, and then.
Yeah,
I think
that's
with the
not this
previous-
project.
with the
I thought
previous
ABM also
JCI
had, I thought ABM had also something to do with it.
No, I
No.
think on that one, Commissioner, that was part of the other one. The JCI also has
Yeah.
part of that.
Okay.
Commissioner, yes, sir.
So are we looking at, where it is, are we looking into it?
Yes,
Make
sir.
sure we
Yes,
get
sir. We're
it
looking into
straightened
that
out?
one. With regarding the restrooms with the AD, we'll get with started regarding that matter.
Yeah.
And that was, and that's always been my concern, you know, it might be a year from now, but if, for instance, to me, I would say, well, just keep the 300,000 till the end of the year. If everything's okay, you get it back, right? So, but don't work that way, I think, because not on the
Oh,
contract.
can you speak into the
No,
microphone?
don't
Sorry.
work that way because not on the contract, I guess.
No, the contract says.
It's the
afterwards.
contract balance, and
Yeah.
as I said before, the way the contracts are set up and with the guaranteed savings, if there was to happen to be a shortfall, ABM would be paying that delta of what that shortfall would be.
Yeah, we didn't have very many good contracts then, but.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right, that's the only thing I'm worried about is making sure they're in the savings and energy savings, because
That
we've gone
will
through
start with the
this a
third
lot of
party.
times with the roof, with everything else, and at the end of the day, we're not saving any money. So,
I will add, you know, it hasn't been mentioned here at this meeting, but the effort between all parties, Mr. Pimentel and his team, the jail staff, working with our team to get to where we're at today, I give kudos to all parties. Everybody's been working as a strong team. So I want to compliment the county side as well.
okay, all right, well, I am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Right.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposed?
Judge, yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
have a problem with this. Yeah, I'll be a no.
3 yes and 2 noes, yes. So then we go back to number 12. Since this is moving forward, we do need a little bit more time. They are all working very hard together. All parties believe we can do this even sooner, but we have an extension letter going out to Bank of America. Robert Breslin has sent one, and I have to send one as well, asking for the 60 days. I would ask you to please vote yes to allow us to extend to get to the final remaining project finish. And I'll make the motion
On what, I'm sorry, what?
just for the extension for the 60 days letter to go. And we
Oh,
went
on
back to
number
item
12?
number 12
Oh, I'm
because we
sorry.
did 13
My
first.
bad. Second,
We had to
Judge.
do 13 in order to get to
Understand.
12,
Second,
so
Judge.
they were out of order. Yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
Any opposed?
Nay.
3 ayes, 2 nays. Thank you very much, and thank you all for working together, and good luck. Let's get this over with and start seeing our savings, yes. Item B1, don't go too far. Discuss and consider authorizing approving a sole source purchase with Vision equipment for 2 Franklin Miller inline wastewater grinders. So you want to talk about this, B1?
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, requesting approval. Public Works is recommending the contract with or approval of the 2 Franklin Miller inline wastewater grinders.
Will you were you, I asked you about this the other day,
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
told me it was a portable building or something. Is this-
Yes, I was, yes.
You were off on another project, okay.
Yes,
Yeah, I
ma'am.
was like, this doesn't look
So
like a portable building.
Yes, ma'am, I apologize. Yes, it's for some grinder pumps or grinders that we need here as for our facility, and they're muchly needed. I know it's a sole
Yep.
source, but the structure that we have only, these grinder pumps can only fit that structure, so that's one reason why we're recommending these grinders.
Yes, and I do have another question about this. I think you're using your buildings and maintenance
Yes, ma'am.
funds
Yes,
for
yes,
it,
ma'am.
and I know we have some issues with our elevators still, and the
Yes,
jail
ma'am.
elevator.
Number
We're
9.
not cutting ourselves short on any of this and taking care of our responsibilities.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a phone call this morning, the elevator's still not working over there.
That's correct, Judge.
Yes.
They're still waiting on a part. I think they're going to get it within the next 2 weeks.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And I think with my estimations and what's going out there, you're getting pretty low on that fund for it to have a half a year left.
that's
And let me
correct,
be
yeah.
clear, we didn't cut this budget. This is your regular budget. We cut your other budget on, yes.
Yes, ma'am. We're getting low on our budget, and
So you still feel like you can meet your needs within the budget and everything with
we're
purchasing these things?
we're gonna tighten up what we have to do in order to get us to August.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I need a motion to approve the purchase.
Make a motion.
Okay, I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you.
Purchasing, item number 1, discuss and consider conditional selection of Community Development Corporation of Brownsville, DBA, for Colonia self-help programs. Yes.
Yes, so we conducted a proposal opening on February 29th. We received 2 proposals. The selection committee reviewed both proposals, and they're recommending that we select CDCB, which is Community Development Corporation of Brownsville, for the administration of the Colonia Self-Help Program.
The motion to approve.
So, second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank
Thanks.
you
I'd
very
like
much.
to thank Anna and Edward for their hard work on that one. I think we got a really good provider for this service that is very experienced in providing the exact service that we're needing, so.
Item number 2, discuss and consider conditional selection for Parker Pool.
Judge, I have a motion to reject all bids, and I have a subsequent motion on that as well.
We have a motion to reject all bids.
Can we add on and authorize a rebid?
Yeah.
That might be part of your second motion.
It
so
was, but I
sure.
mean, it doesn't matter. A motion to reject all bids and authorize to rebid.
We have a motion. I'll make the second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Judge, I do have another motion related to that, too. I want to take the remaining $100,000 from the London Drainage Improvement Project ARPA funds and allocate that to the Parker Pool ARPA funds. And then I'm going to do something else, too. So I don't know when I should have done that one, though. Hold on a minute. I got to think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just moving funds there. Okay, go. That's my motion for now, and then I've got something else I need to bring up. Sorry, on this item too. 100,000. Yes, sir.
And I will second that motion, but is that pertinent to what we're doing here? Is it okay? It says related matters to transfer funds to the
Yes, ma'am.
project, I guess, yeah. Okay.
It has to
Yeah.
for bidding purposes. I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, okay?
Judge, so the problem with this now becomes, this is an ARPA-funded project. And because we probably are not going to be able to get this bid and out bid and out in,
Plenty of time before.
because the
Yeah.
pool season's coming up, and we can't do the work while all the kids are out there doing it. So what was going to happen was we were going to do part of it before and part of it after. Well, now by the time we rebid it, the pool will be close to opening because it'll take, I guess, another 30 days. We may or may not get another bidder, just depends, right? So what I'm wanting to discuss here is exchanging some funds, meaning putting these funds and switching them with the Bob Hall funds, putting ARPA funds onto Bob Hall and moving CO funds from Bob Hall to this so that it becomes a CO project. And then I'm not under the gun since Bob Hall will be going out and will be under contract. It's not any change to anybody's budget or anything of that nature at this point. But it's one of those things where I don't know how else to do this because I'm fearful that if we wait and bid this after pool season's over and something happens again, or we don't get an appropriate bid or something of that nature, then I can't afford to lose the ARPA project for that. So
you don't think if we bid this out like it is with the ARPA funds that, I mean, it's like my baseball thing that by the time it all comes in, it's going to be after baseball season, the kids will be back in school. That wouldn't be, is there a requirement for this?
I don't know. I'm a little nervous because of the fact that we can't.
Edward, do you have something you want to tell us
We literally
about?
can't start any work until, when does the pool close? Labor Day? So we could bid it now.
You could bid it and award the contract even not to start until.
And that, Commissioner, that's what the plan is. That's, we bid it now, we rebid it now, we give them lead time. I've got ISO here, this is what we formulated. We bid it now, we get the bids in, we put it out an extra week, because that was, I think, the biggest issue was we only went 2 weeks because of the short time frame that we had. We bid it out 2 weeks. The thing is, they didn't get from their subs back any responses. So rather than just bid the base, because we called around, we did our homework, we called around, and there were a lot of companies that were willing, at least 2 through 3, they're willing to bid on the project, but couldn't bid on it because they didn't get enough time to get their subs back. We feel that
Well,
we
I
can.
think as a contractor, some of the concern might be it's such a rush and pool season is right here. I mean, it's like, is there really time to, in the rainy season, to get a job done and you want the pool open, as soon as.
Are they going to hold their bids until, if we bid it now and it goes out now and it comes back and let's say we get bidders, are they going to hold those bids knowing that they can't start until after the pool season?
Well, if I could.
Because that's the other issue is, and you may have that same issue, Judge, with the fields. I don't know if you're, I don't know if, I don't know if you're, I think you were just going to start yours whenever you got bids. I don't know. But
We assumed by the time it got through and whoever it was going to be sections that they could do maybe and have to wait till they get the kids out of there. Yeah.
Right.
Morning, Commissioners. JJ with
Yes, sir.
International Consulting Engineers. I got Mr. Carlos Montalvo, Project Manager, here with us too. One of the concerns, like Edward mentioned, is that the contractors didn't get some of the material quotes back from the suppliers and subcontractors in time. So there was only one bid, so they pretty much fluffed their bid to be extra safe. So one of the things that we have some pumps, and we have a few other items that are long lead items. So our intent is to put it back out for bid, allow ample time, either 21 days or even 30 days for the contractors to get their pricing, and then once that comes in, bring it to Commissioner's Court and award the contract. And this will give the contractor the 4 to 6 or even 8 weeks to get long lead items ordered and have them on hand to start the project or the work. Like as soon as the pool closes, you don't want to.
But the contract would be signed, so it wouldn't be in default or anything. It just
Right.
gets-
I'm just asking if you think they're going to hold it that long because let's say it goes out and it comes back in June. I don't know, whenever we're going to say.
Yeah.
If it comes back in June, that means they got to hold their prices for July, August, and then be ready to mobilize. So they have to hold their. I mean, if you're telling me that's normal, Because normally when we award a contract, then we get the contracts done and we're done, we go forward. But I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a delay here, so if you think that's going to work.
You've done one day before.
Yeah,
Right, no, I just
do
can't
work,
risk,
you
I
know.
just, yeah.
Yeah, on some of our federal work, because, on ICE as well, we do construction as well, we do a lot of federal work, and we've held our prices for 6 to sometimes 12 months. I've given a proposal to like the Coast Guard, and I got a call 18 months later, say, hey, we should still honor your price because we need it done now. So it's, but in this case, we would put them under contract, and what will give us the flexibility to order those long lead items ahead of time. So when those items come in, the contractor's probably going to put in a request for payment for those materials, but we don't have those materials on hand, either at the county or a contractor.
So we could pay for those things. The costs that we're finding out is supply costs are different, and you would pre-order that anyway, so you would go ahead and have that.
And I guess the other question is, and that's fine, I'll accept that, but then the other question is, why was this so much higher than what was budgeted and what the OPCC was?
It was just one contractor. He's had a mission. I hadn't heard of him before, but I followed up with some of our, network and people we know out in Edinburgh and Mission. And the deal that we saw with them is they're bringing out-of-town folks to work, and also a lot of that, they're pretty much self-performing a minimum amount. It was mostly subs, and the subs are also from out of town. So you're accounting for one. If I was the contractor, I would have put a safety factor because I didn't get the pricing for my vendors. So you put a fluff on that, and then plus you're probably getting hotels per diem and a lot of additional costs that a local contractor. And
So
it's a fairly simple project. I mean,
I thought it was too. I'm
Yeah.
kind of shocked at this. I mean, do you think then, and I guess I should ask this before I did it, I'm going to do it, but I mean, do you think that the number that we have out there now, notwithstanding what I just put in, is enough to get this done? I mean, y'all gave me an OPCC and you said it was enough.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think so. I mean, if you want to allow some for contingencies or stuff like that, but we do have cost estimating software within our business, and we run the cost estimate. So the bid that came in, I think even if it was the only bid, but it was high. Yeah. It's
okay, well
way
then,
high.
Judge, I think what I'll do is, I'm going to leave it there for now, but I'm not leaving it there hoping that you'll end up using it, but I'm going to leave it there as a contingency, just because, and then if it comes back, I guess I can always change funds later if I need to, and I'll wait and see what happens, because as long as they'll hold it, and as long as we get a contract bid, but again, I think we're all kind of scrambling with these ARPA projects because we're under such a gun, so I just have to be super careful because I've got to get this thing done, so, okay, I'll just leave it alone for now then, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
appreciate it.
One more comment,
Yes.
Judge, since Commissioner brought it up, that we are in the same boats essentially over there at Oil Belt. I got off the phone just now with the president, Mike, over there at the Oil Belt. We're already in planning, even though.
This one's not on here. We can't talk. You'll have to talk to me later about it.
I'll talk to you
Okay,
later about it.
Thank you. We're venturing a little too far off. Yeah.
You're going to left field now.
I just had one comment that's on the topic of ARPA
Yes.
projects. I'd really like to have those in my office, any plans and specs, no later than the beginning of August. I'd like to finish these all up by November. We only have one meeting in December, and I don't really want to push it too close after that. So
You and I
We're
both.
all on alert.
Believe me.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to item D, approved budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 23-24.
Yes, Your Honor, there's only one item on the agenda for this. Item number 4 is for the district attorney's office. You're just moving some money from professional services to special purpose
Make the motion
personnel
to
for
approve.
expert witnesses and whether they're,
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider budget transfer to Inland Parks Fund for $60,000 to cover year-end closing expenses.
Yes, Your Honor, when we did our review for our final year, we worked with Edward, and there were some major expenses that they didn't expect to have that caused the fund to come into a deficit of $40,000. So we need to, this fund is 100% covered by general fund, so we're just asking to cover the additional overages by transferring $60,000 additional funds.
And what's it for?
They bought some lighting equipment for several of the parks, and there was some backboards and stuff. Edward might be able to explain exactly what the issues were for, but there was some stuff that they don't normally have in their ballot budgets. But many commissioners asked for different things, and it just
It's from what we requested him to do
Yes,
without it being in his budget.
Yes.
Is this a normal thing? I'm new here, so y'all, sorry.
It happens occasionally. It don't happen all the time. It does happen
Because
occasionally.
any of us go over our budgets, then you have to come,
Yes.
aren't you supposed to come back and ask for that before or something?
Normally the
Or-
budget process, but we were, like I said, with going to work day, this is one of those items that would kind of slip through.
And you said
Normally
he's
would be
40,000 over, why are we asking for 60
to
then?
give them a little bit of money for next year to make sure that we don't have the same issue next year, because their budget next year is very tight.
And where does this, is this coming out of like our reserves?
General fund reserves, yes.
You know, this is why, again, Dale, I mean, somebody had to see this happening. Somebody's had to see, it's from check and balance, right? That's what I say. That's what I'm asking for all this reconciliation from the bank, with ARPA funds and the bank. So we got somewhere, this is a lot of money. We got to see it happening where, you know, somebody's doing some work and you go back to his budget and you can't pay it because there's money's not there. So it's got to, at one point we got to say, wait a minute, whoa, you know, we're above the amount, so we need to go back to court, we need to stop, you know, so I don't know how this happened.
Is this on the department or is this on the auditor's office? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking the auditor, I mean, if you ask them to pay stuff, I mean, and you have no money, well, then you should come to court, you know.
And normally that would be the case, but I'd say we were in the process of the conversion from one solution to Workday, and this is just the resource we had. It just slipped through this year. We don't expect this to ever happen again.
Okay, I'll make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Any opposed? Oh, you're looking around like, I'm sorry, he was looking at me. Okay, is there anything that we need to go back to? Otherwise, we are going to executive session. It is executive session. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in the executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Item A, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters relating to cause number 220CV00263, David Longoria, individually and on behalf of the estate of David Johnson, deceased, versus Javier Zapata Jr. in the United States District Court for the Southern District Court of Texas, and related matters, Section 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular if needed. Consult with the county attorney. Item B, on legal matters related to the property damage demand of Isidro Pimentel Sr. and all related matters. That is Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss and take action in open afterwards. if necessary. Item C, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to Abraham de la Garza's employment claim and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item D, discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the Nueces County Department heads. Today, we are doing Veteran Services and Animal Services, as scheduled, Texas Government Code 551.074. It is 12:11, and we are now going to executive. It is 2:04 and we are back into regular session. I will move to item B, an executive, and Commissioner Gonzalez, I believe you have a motion.
I have a motion just to pay the damages that were incurred as in reference to the mailbox that was damaged in the amount of $2,362.49.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And item C, Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, Judge, motion to deny, no action taken.
I will second that motion also.
Motion to deny the claim, is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay.
Deny. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Now we would accept any adjournments in memory.
I have one, Judge.
I have one, too. Go ahead, you first.
Ladies first, go right ahead.
Ms. Francis, our executive secretary for my office, her grandmother passed away. Esther Lopez Barrera, at the tender age of 88, was called home to be with our Heavenly Father on Sunday, March 17th, 2024. Her departure has left a profound void in the hearts of her cherished loved ones and friends who now grapple with the weight of her absence. Esther's life, a tapestry woven with love and devotion, began on September 25th, 1935 in Robstown, Texas, where she entered the world as a beloved daughter of Manuel Lopez and Filomena Lozano Lopez. Deeply rooted in her Catholic faith, Esther was a faithful member of St. Anthony's Catholic Church in Robstown. Esther found solace in extending a helpful hand to others, relishing moments spent playing bingo, and savoring the company of her beloved husband and cherished family. She leaves behind her devoted husband of 52 years, Roberto Barrera, and their 4 children. Esther's legacy endures through the love of her 15 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren, and a multitude of nieces, nephews, and other relatives, and many friends. The family extends an invitation to loved ones and friends to join them as they honor and pay tribute to the life of Esther Lopez Barrera on tonight, Wednesday, March the 20th, 2024, from 6 p.m. until 9 p.m., with a Holy Rosary to be recited at 7 p.m. that same evening at Ramon Family Funeral Home in Robstown, Texas. The funeral mass will be celebrated at 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 21st at St. Anthony's Catholic Church with Father Gerald Sheehan, Salt as celebrant, followed by interment at Memorial Park Cemetery. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Frances and her family. You ready, Commissioner? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Douglas Riggin Sorrell Beecham was born in the early evening of September 25th, 1990 in San Antonio, Texas. He died peacefully in the arms of his parents in the early morning of March 9th, 2024. After a brave battle with colon cancer, although to some it may seem his life was short, Doug lived it fully and made the most of every experience. He began school in San Antonio at St. Mary's Hall, where he established lifelong friendships. At the age of 8 years old, he moved with his family to Corpus Christi, Texas, and enlarged his group of friends. Doug embodied a charisma that won over everyone. He was well loved as he met people with sincerity in his manner and his smile. He was as competitive academically as he was on the baseball field. While in school, numerous awards were accumulated for his skills in math and science, and playing both pitcher and outfield on the varsity baseball team. He graduated 2009 from the Incarnate Word Academy as a top student, outstanding athlete, and class favorite. Summers were spent enjoying the hill country at Camp Longhorn, where Doug was a 9-year camper and continued to enjoy the camp for many years as a counselor. The Boy Scouts of America Troop 162 also was a large part of his love for adventure and culminated with his achieving the rank of Eagle Scout. He was very proud to have completed a 10-day trek at Philmont Scout Ranch. During his college years in Dallas, Doug was a student teacher, promoter of STEM in the Dallas Public Schools, and also worked for the Episcopal Diocese of Dallas in the campus ministry department at the request of the bishop. All along the way, Doug was an attentive big brother, shepherding his younger brothers with much love and care in their schooling, church involvement, scouts, and of course sports. Good fortune led him to meet Olivia Landa, whom he fell in love with immediately. They enjoyed many happy occasions together, endured the pandemic, and were married on December 30th, 2020. Doug had been employed as an ME tech for Leonardo DRS and was excited to begin a new journey with Olivia in Austin, working in engineering 3D printed houses when his dreams were shattered by his diagnosis in January of 2022. He took the course change in stride, putting his efforts into recovering and carrying on as usual. Family and friends saw his positivity and resilience as he continued to stay active in the community, caring for his grandparents, attending family gatherings, and taking painting classes at a local community college. His endeavors were his oil painting entitled Granada at the Campus Art Show last fall. He was never afraid to be the first on the dance floor, lived to hear good live music wherever it might be, and followed the Atlanta Braves, Texas Rangers, the Corpus Christi Hooks, and the Houston Astros with fervor. He was predecessed by his father, J. Sean Sorrell, and grandmother, Mary Sorrell. Those left to cherish his memories, such as his humor and his dancing, include his wife, Olivia Landa, parents, Nancy and Drake Beecham, M.D., brothers, William Beecham, Andrew Beecham, and Jake Sorrell, his 5 grandparents-in-laws, and many other family members. Thank you very much. Our condolences to the family.
Yes. Are there any others? Sure. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, Judge. Ronaldo Garcia passed the age of 99 peacefully in his home surrounded by his children on March 3rd. He was born on December 22nd, 1924 in Laredo, Texas, and upon returning to the U.S. after World War II, attended Laredo Business College. He served in the U.S. Army from August 1943 until February 1946, where he served as a private first class and was awarded the Bronze Star for bravery with 4 Theater of Operation Battle Stars and the World War II Victory Medal. Ronaldo married his wife, Maria de la Carmen Sanchez, of 59 years in 1947. He owned Garcia Banana Company in Corpus Christi, and as a self-made businessman, he was in the founding ownership of Kaoro TV and served as a foreman of the Nueces County Grand Jury multiple times. He was a founding member of Los Sembradores de Amistad. He also worked towards funding underprivileged college students. He was an avid golfer and enjoyed playing several PGA touring professionals. Ronaldo was a loving father, son, brother, uncle, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He enjoyed spending time with his family, golfing, and time at the ranch. He always would be remembered for his love and laughter and devotion to his family, which is evidence of his huge family dinners and barbecues. Ronaldo loved to travel with his family on extended vacations and days filled with fishing and nights filled with dancing with his favorite partner, Mom, Mary Garcia. And so I know the Garcia and Davis family, and so I know that they loved and cared for him very much, and large family of love and support there. And he had a magnificent view of his home on Ocean Drive looking out into the bay. So it's just really just neat setup, and you're fortunate to be able to live as long as he did. And so my condolences to him and his family. And one more, Judge, just announcing the passing of Lupita de la Rosa. Lupita, or Guadalupe, was the mother of Janie Hernandez in Inland Parks and Crystal Drillin in Library. Guadalupe was Crystal's grandmother. And so 2 of our staff who were impacted by this loss. Guadalupe passed on March the 1st, and her celebration of life was held last week, and services were held last Friday at Primera Iglesia Batista in Robstown. And so there's still opportunity to share memories and expressions of sympathy at the website for the family. And so my condolences to Janie, to Crystal, and to the entire De La Rosa family.
Yes. Thank you. Are there any others?
I did, and I don't know what I did with it. I just remembered I have another one, Judge, if I can just apologize. I think it's in my office. I would, in case I can't get it here soon enough, I did want to recognize the passing of Brewer Baker, and I will try to get that obituary here real quickly, or I will just read it at the next meeting. But Brewer Baker, who grew up here in Corpus Christi, and like the first one that I read, was passed away way too early in age. Maybe
like
that's
it's coming.
on cue. There we go. Thank you.
I was hearing.
I was trying to talk a little longer to get that. Thank you. I missed that. Thank you very much. And I actually have 2 more. I apologize. Brewer Baker passed away on February 16th, on her 42nd birthday. while moving to North Carolina. She was born and raised in Corpus Christi, attended Chula Vista, St. James and Ray High School, where she was a cheerleader, sailing, and the beach were special brewer. She graduated cum laude from the University of Texas in 2004, a testament to her dedication and intellect. She was a member of the Order of De Pineda and a Duchess in Buccaneer Days 2002. She was known for her thoughtfulness and ability to befriend anyone she encountered. Her infectious energy and vibrant spirit illuminated every room she entered, and her smile was a beacon of joy to those around her. She had a heart of gold, spending countless hours in service to others, always seeking to bring happiness into their lives. For many years, Brewer resided in San Diego, California, where she pursued her passion as an event planner for Elite Racing Rock and Roll Marathon Series, organizing and orchestrating events across the nation. Her expertise shone brightly as the entertainment coordinator for Pala Casino and later as a television news marketing consultant. 2014, she embarked on a new adventure, purchasing a beach wedding company on Padre Island in Corpus Christi, Texas, where she lovingly operated for 9 years, creating unforgettable moments and dreams, weddings for couples filled with love, laughter, and numerous memories against the backdrop of the sea. So our condolences to the Baker family for Brewer Baker. And my last one today is a classmate of mine from Ray High School, Robert P. Garza, March 11th, 1963 to March 1st, 2024, passed away. He was born an identical twin and the youngest of 6 children in Corpus Christi, Texas, to Fernando and Magdalena Garza. He graduated from UT Arlington School of Architecture in May of 1987. He was a loving, tender, selfless, brave, humble, hardworking, and caring husband, father, brother, and son. He loved tennis, played in mixed doubles tournament, and was a ping pong champion. Robert's love for God was abundant in all that he did. He met the love of his life in 1982 and married her in 1990. They planted their roots in Oak Cliff and raised their 2 beautiful children, Savvy and Nick, in the greenhouse on the hill. His passion for preservation began with their first home, and he continued his preservation work to improve his community by renovating homes on his own street. His love for his neighborhood and family was evident with every breakfast gathering, Thanksgiving and Christmas, or just coming over to enjoy a drink by the fire. He was the ultimate host and enjoyed every minute with his family and friends. Not only was he an accomplished architect, an incredible husband and father, but he was also a beloved and respected community member. He participated in countless volunteer projects. He was a great friend to many. His lifelong friends will always remember his love of life, his readiness to help, and his willingness to be there for them in their times of need. Robert was a fine man, and he'll certainly be missed, and so our condolences to the Garza family as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. It is 2:16, and I would say we are finished. This meeting is adjourned.